want to talk?
Oh no, please do.
There's no agenda here. I have nothing written out.
Om Namah Shivaya, 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 Om Namah Shivaya. Shiva, 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 Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva, 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 Shiva.
This is I don't see where we can go with these kind of questions, but who is Shiva to you?
Shiva is the invitation to be present and feel the totality, the unity of the all-pervadingness. And being in present moment, this is the destroyer of obstacles. Obstacles are external on the linear plane, and they are really the product of the thinking mind. And Shiva is about coming home to the place where the primordial sound is still unstruck and flowing. And Shiva has in one hand a primordial drum, another hand I think is fire, another hand he's got top quality weed. So that weed actually is in the hands of mindful practitioners and disciplines contributes to zeroing in on what might be a difficult place to zero in on till you find it and know it, and technically you can get there on your own or you're there already. that Shiva has male and female aspects. There's Shakti energy too, so that Shiva isn't just Shiva, male female energy, and so that is the union, the non-polar, well, not polar, and we call it omnipolarity, the present moment, continuous present moment. So when I do Shiva, it's an opportunity to use mind and focus of staying present and feeling the universal field.
So here we are at the Art Silent Canvas, Apollo 37 Studios, as I call it, but
Apollo.
in the so as a homage to Apollo, who we'll talk about this later. This is again, well, we may. I'm just gonna kind of let this go, and we'll see. It could be hours or not. But yeah, so after living up here for 10 years and building a studio out of a house on a total other property, I was living by myself, kind of like a hermit for 8 or 9 years or something. Wow. And then or 7 years, and then having a family, deciding I needed to set up another place. I'd always dreamed of having a barn, which I kind of created a temple to music in there. And so we're sitting outside the barn in the fire pit area where we're going to have a gathering tonight. It's going to be really wonderful. But we're here to talk about creativity, sound healing, all how we think about music, and possibly cosmic or spiritual concepts. The event that's bringing us together is that we did an album in 2014, and it's 2021 now for the people that are listening in 2200. So we sat on it for a while. Finally, are able to put it out. So we did this record. So I wanted to. This was a NOUS project, which we're going to get into this, of course. But what the meaning of NOUS, which is very true to Arji's heart. But let's kind of talk about, I guess, how we met. The serendipitous kind of gathering of the two of us, or the three of us. Sorry. The two of you, the one of me, and
the one of us,
the one of all of us, the circle of celebration. So I was at Ananda Ashram, which is a second home or a primary home for Laaraji, or both of you.
Upstate New York.
In upstate New York as well, a little south of here. And I was there to do a sitar workshop with Roop Verma, yeah. What was it? It's funny because you remember what this workshop's title was, but I don't remember.
I don't remember.
It was like sound healing and sitar or something, or
the nada.
The nada yoga. It was nada yoga.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Laaraji, first off, can you tell me a little bit about your history with Ananda? And it's Sri
Brahmananda Saraswati.
Thank you.
Who was known originally as Dr. Rasmamurti Mishra.
He was a neurosurgeon,
yeah, psychiatrist, came from India in the early 50s, right? The early 50s?
Could be.
I think so. And worked at Bellevue Hospital. In fact, he was chief of one of the departments.
So did John, who's going to be with us tonight. It's really interesting.
Well, yeah. And he found this, as I'm told, historically, that many people, staffers at the hospital, started coming to him for advice. So he would hold sessions at his apartment, and more and more people were seeking him during his not being a doctor time, and looking to him as a guru. And fast forward, I guess, after several years of balancing all of that, a group of people who were gaining a lot from Sri Brahmananda, Dr. Mishra, formed what was called the Yoga Society of New York. And then from that, they bought the property in Monroe, New York, that became Ananda Ashram 56, 57 years ago, something like that.
Had you been there before you met Laaraji?
No, I had not been there before going with Laaraji.
When did you start going there?
1979, and I usually can remember that date because I was invited by a woman who was pregnant at the time. Not by me. Pregnant at the time. And her daughter, named Bhavani, is whenever I see them, I'm reminded of the time that Bhavani was in the womb of her mother. So 79 was, I was invited by the mother at a yoga retreat, a yoga center that was opening somewhere in Ridgewood, New Jersey. And I was invited to go play music for this yoga studio opening, and they were there to represent Ananda Ashram. They heard me playing music, she and another representative of Ananda, and they invited me to come to Ananda in exchange for my music, a free weekend to come. And I eventually got to Ananda on a very snowbound day in New York. I remember taking a bus up to Monroe, and the bus from New York to Monroe, then getting a cab from there to the ashram. And the grounds were covered, just pristine silence. And as the cab drove away, I was standing outside of the main house. The cab left, and leaving me drowning in this pristine, blissful quietude. So my introduction to Ananda was very blissful, very serene. And the teacher wasn't there at the time, because that time of the year he was either in Florida or California. So I went into the reception room, and there was this quiet young receptionist greeted me. And it was my first time at Ananda. And I would go up infrequently to play music until one particular warm spring day, the teacher had returned to being at the ashram during the warm seasons, that he met me on his property. Before then, I had met him in places like Beacon Theater in New York. We did something called the UN Year of the Child. And there were Odetta, many other speakers were lined up on chairs on the stage, and I was invited to come and play glue music in between speakers. So I would sit on stage and play zither. And it was about a 2-hour show, and about near an hour and 45 minutes, maybe only half of the speakers had gotten to talk. And so the MC said, we're going to make this real short. Can everybody come up and just do one little quick thing? And Sri Brahmananda was next. He came up, brought a chair with him, sat cross-legged on the chair in his orange robes, orange hat, and his black magnetic wand. Closed his eyes and went ram 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 ram. Then he picked up the chair and left the stage, and I said, "Heavy." That was my introduction to him. Then I would see him at Hare Krishna restaurants. I'd go have all you could eat for $5, and sometimes I'd pass by the celebration hall, and he would be standing there watching the Hare Krishna celebration in progress.
This is in the city?
This is in the city.
Okay.
Yes.
So you became officially his student? Did you ask him to be your teacher, or?
No, I just showed up, played music for the meditations, asked questions, listened very intently. His way of representing the Vedanta, or the teaching of the non-dual space, was intriguing, and I would watch him closely: body language, breath language, eye language. And that was a teaching. Here was someone who was demonstrating consciousness. I considered his teaching was full of leanness, no fat, and very in the moment, here, now. So I would come often, play music, sometimes in Florida, sometimes in California. And eventually my questions got fewer and fewer. And one particular weekend, I went up to the ashram when everyone else had gone to some celebration somewhere else. So it was just myself and a friend musician, Nadi. We were at the ashram, and he probably figured that I was not interested in the social life, that I had come up to the ashram. And he told me, you've been wearing half orange. It's time to wear full orange. You're a monk. Time to go full sannyasin. And
this is Sri Brahmananda
yes,
said this.
Yes. And I said, oh. I said, hey, this sounds extreme. And me wear orange because I associated the idea of Swami with people from India who had certain credentials. And I said, I don't know if I could pull this one off. So he said, we're going to give you honorary ceremony this weekend. And the next day was going to be a fire ceremony. And some of the people who were on the ashram were going to help co-facilitate this. And he gave me a full set of orange clothes and gave me the name. At that time, it was Natarajan Nadananda. Natarajan, the dancer, and Nadananda for the bliss of sound. And I was impressed that he heard that the Nadananda would come from my experience of being immersed in Nadam in the 70s and having a full-blown Nadam transformative experience. But I've never really shared it with anyone, but he heard it in my music, or he was psychologically attuned to this. He was known to give very surprising psychological readings to people. So the next day, I obliged, and I showed up, wore the robes, and he gave me a honorary ceremony, an honorary initiation. He said that you have been initiated within. You have already been initiated, and it's trying to surface. Now it's time to speed it up. That was his language. And afterwards, I asked some of the other swamis, what does this mean? Sexually? No sex? He says, no seductive sex. He says, everyone is your friend. You're in service to the whole world. And that sort of was the gist of it. And he saw my interest, he saw my dedication and devotion to understanding, reading the Bhagavad Gita and the Vedanta, and doing my inner meditation and getting clear within. And so when people say, is he my guru? And he constantly would remind us, I am not your guru. The guru's inside, your inner guru. Do trance. His favorite word was trance. Go into trance and connect with your inner guru.
How much were you involved in the yoga, spiritual meditation universe before you met him? Were you already, like, when did that begin for you?
About 9 years earlier, my role in Putney Swope, the movie.
In a movie?
Movie Putney Swope. It's an underground
Oh,
classic.
it's a classic.
You were acting in it?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I was played a part in it. Robert Downey Sr., I think he wrote and produced it and directed it. So I was in the movie without understanding what the whole movie was about, because it was filmed mostly in Wall Street at night when the buildings were available. So I went the 2 nights that my scene was filmed, and I did it, got paid. But I didn't know what the whole movie was about. And the Putney Swope, I thought maybe it was a Greek tragedy or whatever. And so when the movie came out finally, I saw the movie and I said, whoa. And I said, well, I guess it's okay. It was pot smoking at the time, sexual activity, heavy language, and very questionable presentation of what you could call the black American in reference to business management. So I thought, oh, okay, I did the movie and there it is. So one fine Sunday, I'm walking down the street in Harlem and I'm feeling very New Yorky and the sun is shining and I see this church and the sign says, poetry reading. Come in, it's free. That's the magic word, free. So I walked in and I sat down. The church was half full and up front was this young man of color reading poetry, very vibrant, but very angry. And I just happened to sit down when he was in the middle of the poem, da-dun, 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 da-dun. And the niggers who did Putney Swope should be offed. Da-dun, 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 da-dun. And the niggers who did Putney Swope should be off. Da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. And the niggers who did Putney Swope should be off. And I'm saying, oh my goodness.
If he only knew.
I said, wow, maybe what kind of responsibility do I want to take on the impact that my participation in the mass media had on anybody? And that's when I became attracted to the idea of meditation. Shirley MacLaine at that time was involving herself in spiritual investigation, and that kind of tipped me up. I said, okay, maybe meditation is what I want to do in order to get in touch with my core intention in life, my identity. And as I tried to research meditation, it felt like people from India had a monopoly on meditation and that we were eavesdropping on it. So it wasn't until a Westerner named Richard Hittleman put out a book on Bantam Press called The Little Book of Meditation and Yoga. And I read the book, it demystified the practice of meditation, and I found my relationship to meditation. And that moment on, I began to soar. I just drank up meditation. And I knew I was on a meaningful path because I had grown up in the Baptist church, and there was lots of teachings I didn't understand. But with meditative sitting, these teachings would come into the foreground and I would understand things that were rather abstract and serene before. Also, my music shifted, creativity shifted big time. All the wonderful music that I thought I would have to read from somebody else's manuscript was already inside of me waiting to be released. So practicing my musical instrument and practicing meditative understanding brought a lot of wonderful music from inside. A lot of improvisation took a big quantum leap. And I said, wow, I'm going to put the rest of my life on hold and let meditation be the center out of which my life is going to unfold. And 3 or 4 years after that, I had gotten into long hours of sitting from 12 at night to 5 or 6 in the morning. And I used the process I got from this transcendental meditation that Richard Hittleman suggested. It's this transcend all your titles. Take every title off, every name, every classification that's ever used to refer to you, and just be with what's left, just the pure I am. And I learned how to do some fast breathing. I learned how to sit still for 21 minutes and focus on a point on the wall and take off all the titles, and I would be in meditative trance effortlessly. No fidgeting, no worrying about time. I found that the titles they're the ones that possess the anxiety and the confusion and whatever. And that without the titles, just the pure I am without thought attached was the resting place, the bliss zone. And 3 or 4 years into that, I somehow attracted a listening experience of hearing nadam in the form of multiple layers of brass instruments. And the experience didn't happen.
In meditation. In a meditative?
Well, I usually started meditation about 12 at night when the rest of the house, I was living in a family house at the time, and the house was quietest, so I would sit in meditation in the living room chair. So this particular night, I had gone out to a walk around JFK Airport, and I had come indoors, and I was taking my coat off, making eye contact with myself in the mirror. I keep forgetting that one aspect. And as I was making eye contact, whoosh, everything shifted, and I was aware of this music, this most glorious music. I knew no one in the house could be making music or playing anything at that time of the night. And it was an interesting way of being with music because it was non-linear. It wasn't as if some external resource was sending music to my ears and my ears was picking it up. Because I was being aware in a trance way, as if I was eavesdropping in on myself as an infinite field vibrating. And the mood or tonality of this experience was like the glorious experience of a cosmic homecoming, a cosmic reunion. Everything is going on simultaneously right now. This is where eternity is. And my analytical mind was trying to get in on this. Is, wow, can we record this? Can we write this down? How are we going to share this? What are we going to do with this? And it subsided maybe 5 or 10 minutes. And I repeat that this never happened. That the teaching is that there's no past or future. There's the eternal present moment. So after that experience, I was so taken by the experience. Maybe a day or two later, I found myself in Lincoln Center Library, music library, to research to see if there was anything on this. And I did find there's something called Shabdat Yoga, then there's Music of the Spheres, then the Nada Yoga. Eventually I found out that the word in the Bible, in the beginning was the word, that the word is what is referring to this experience, the beginning, the sound, current. And shortly after that, I was guided to be pawn my guitar. I thought I was pawning my guitar for money, but in the pawn shop, this voice says, that instrument you saw in the window, swap your guitar for that instrument, don't take money. And that instrument was the auto harp. And the voice intrigued me. I said, how is this happening? The voice was so clear and distinct, and it was as if a great, great cosmic grandparent giving me this warm, loving, safe guidance. And I said, I'm going to follow this rabbit hole. This is interesting. So I swapped my guitar, got the auto harp, and I made a deal. How about throwing $5 in on it? So I left there with auto harp and $5, and I began practicing open tuning on the auto harp, not making the connection that this instrument would give me a format or a language for referencing that non-linear sound hearing experience. I could never repeat that music because it has no ending or beginning. It's an unstruck sound force going on all the time. But I recall it, I remember the impact, and as a result of that experience, which I believe Sri Brahmananda called my initiation, it was my nod into Nada Yoga, the music of the universe. And once hearing it, the nervous system vibrates differently. The sense of what this physical world is about is taken differently. And so in the music that I reach for on this side of the veil happens to be something that people call celestial or transcendental or deep listening. That it's music that paints a picture of a feel that's more immediate than the third dimension, and that is more durable and eternal than the temporary world. And that the music that I reach for has no ending or beginning. So I feel that any of the music that I've been involved with, anyone could turn the music on at any place and turn it off at any place. And that it's sort of holographonic, meaning that every note, every point represents the wholeness of the sound of the field.
Meaning the turning off and the turning on, you're talking about like in the medium of a recording now.
I'm talking about weed. No, I'm talking about the actual turning on, like when people want to use my music.
On like
enter.
Yeah.
So you
enter.
don't. There's no official ending or
like,
beginning.
Yeah, like the way that they used turned on, like in the LSD, like in the 60s.
Yes.
70s, like that kind of turning on. Not
What-
they were talking about that, but
I'm talking about
I thought you
broadcasters.
meant like in the medium of like record modern technology.
Yes,
Yeah.
of playing back.
Yeah.
I'm not offended if you start my playback in the middle somewhere and stop before the supposed end, because supposedly every point is the representation of the whole field. Holographonic, I call it.
Well, you call it the auto harp, but you also call it the zither at times.
Yeah, auto harp might be more appropriate. Auto self, harp of the self. But zither was kind of offered to me when I started touring in Europe. I think it was felt that it was a more proper, classy name for it.
Yeah.
Let's say about Americans. What's the difference between Americans and yogurt? Culture. But that zither was considered a more culturified name. Auto harp was a contrived name for the automatic zither. But a zither has a nice zing. Zither has a nice zing
And
to
it
it.
also has to do with removing the chord bar.
Removing the chord
If you
bars.
have the chord bar on the auto harp, it's not a zither.
Yeah.
If you remove the chord bar, then
become-
it can be classified as a zither.
But the auto harp is culture in the Appalachian Mountains,
Right.
Appalachian region in the United States. The auto harp was used because it's chord bars, and if you tune into some Appalachian musical videos, you may see guitar and banjo and the auto harp.
And dulcimer. A lot of
Dulcimer,
dulcimer.
yes, dulcimer. Do I do weed? Generally, two people can ask that a certain way. Somebody who's offering me, or a police officer who's pulled me over.
Do you still, like, present day, do you
Yes,
tend
it's
to
very,
engage?
very good ritual.
Yeah.
Yes, it brings
Daily
us-
ritual?
I'd say daily.
Yeah.
Yeah, we breathe air. Someone
You breathe weed.
Somebody says that marijuana or psychedelic trance is like a location. You go someplace. It's
Yeah.
like a vacation, and you don't have to take an airplane to get there. It's a definite location. I say it shifts the vibrational understanding of what the field is. You know, it opens up. Oh, the trees are lovely.
Yeah.
I appreciate the universe, gravity. You start noticing things that are already in front of you, and it's different than earlier. Earlier, you would low quality weed. You'd smoke a whole joint, and you might get somewhere. Then you start hearing of Sensimilla and a more lavish Colombian red, Jamaican gold, and eventually it gets to a place where you have to imbibe less because there's a higher quality. And then you also understand that you mix it with yoga, with internal practice. That's why I say it's with internal practice, inwardly mobile weed, that I found this out. Whatever I do 45 minutes before ingesting determines where I go afterwards. You know, if you're going down in misery, depression, it'll take you there. If you're going up in enlightenment and awareness, cosmic attunement, it'll take you there. That's what the teacher said. Wherever you're going, it'll take you there. So there's an amount of responsibility of setting your intention, and setting intention means practicing the intention before, whether it's sitting or ritual or affirmations or your lifestyle. And to be mindful of thoughts, watching your mind, what your mind is channeling, because you're going to amplify it. I say a classic example is if you're a mathematician, pick a problem or an understanding and just dwell on it for 45 minutes. And then after ingestion, watch how the mind or the imagination brings solutions or brings comments in on that subject. So using it mindfully, it's very useful. Not using it mindful, it could become a prison, and it could stunt spiritual and emotional growth too, because it can keep you distracted from your callings to evolve. I feel it could.
Yeah, I mean, I have struggled a bit in my perspective of undeniably useful for music and creativity. Like it's very clear to see in the way that you kind of talked about how it's an ally for sometimes grounding us in the present moment. Just in really kind of being mindful and very conscious of what's happening, and in comparing like the states of clarity, that I find that the precision of mindfulness seems to be, and you kind of alluded to it when like the intention isn't there, but I find even when the intention is there, like the capacity for concentration is very different than when you've cultivated mindfulness in a meditation setting and like through like a really devoted practice over a period of time, or just like kind of really grounding yourself in a regular, very like conscious, sober practice.
I agree.
And also with regular use, there's like often also I find there's a lack of clarity in the next day, like, you know, the morning, and it's hard to kind of come out in Buddhism. You know, it would be like considered like a hindrance, like sloth and torpor, or like a drawdown of energy. Anyways, I find the same thing with mushrooms and other things as well. Like they kind of are like, in a way, it's like they aggregate energy in a short amount of time, but in the exchange for that, you displace like a lack of energy at another time.
You were saying that the short-term memory or affects your memory. My answer is that it brings you, in, as you call it, in such a intense concentration that you space out things that aren't of interest to you in the moment. And also the idea of music, realizations come. Yeah. You make connections, or connect dots in a big time. Also,
but that also happens like in a meditation, deep meditation, of course, Vipassana, like you mentioned earlier. Realizations,
insights come, and they can be mind transforming, lifestyle transforming realizations that you see, oh, I don't need to be doing that anymore, or I should be taking advantage of this, or hey, everything I was working for, I now have. I have to stop struggling. You start getting realizations.
Yeah. Like you had mentioned the mathematician, but I don't know if you know that story of Carl Sagan. Like Carl Sagan actually was an avid marijuana user. Not avid like regular, but he would use it like he was vocal about it. As a, an astrophysicist, he found that when in those times of being in relaxation, when he would smoke, he would have some of his deepest kind of insights, and we know that it has that magic. Oh man, this could go like for
Yes.
Going in many-
So when you think about it having been banned or criminalized, it didn't affect those who knew inwardly that this is their calling, to explore it and use it. I guess it's the ones who were experimenting with it without a mindfulness that maybe got sloppy about it, and their lives got sloppy, and so it casts an image for the idea of the use of marijuana. I think somewhere in Africa it's considered taboo to be considered a user of marijuana. And I would feel that the people who have used it and made contributions to science, to medicine, to art, weren't that vocal. Your rock musicians they don't hold it back.
Yeah, of course.
But how many of the beautiful works of art that we all cherish were inspired by artists who took a toke or two.
And we'll never know. And we'll
Or
never
three.
know.
Yes. But maybe that's what, when you say rehabilitation, drug rehabilitation, I think that should be included in the purpose of drug rehabilitation, rehabilitating our respect for the way that some of these psychedelics have used as medicines and teachers, aligning with your inner teacher.
Yeah.
And how to use it among young people, how to practice relaxing the body, how to practice affirmations, how to align your mind so that when you go in or get stoned, however you call it, that wonderful, beautiful, artistic, creative, constructive avenues open up, and language opens up, and opportunities open up for you, through you.
It sounds like you really approach it this way, that when the plant is seen and taken in a ritualistic matter with intention, like really beautiful things can unfold. But when it's taken from a state of kind of aversion, or in order to try to run away from something or avoid like an emotional state there, or a relationship state, then it can kind of lead to the unmindful problems that you were kind of mentioning.
Yes.
Like it is strange because you can really see it in people that that I've known that are active users. You can tell that it's not really that as beneficial, whereas other people, and it's hard to like really align. It's the other work in a way that they're doing around it, I think, that kind of infuses that.
It's having a respect for the potentiality and an awareness that you're not, your intention isn't to party.
Yeah.
Your intention has an acknowledgement of a potential sacred aspect. It's when Laaraji and I were driving up, we were talking a little bit about Rudolf Steiner's philosophies and the impact he's had on early childhood development. And he had amazing, brilliant mind, and he spoke of the intervals in terms of the epochs. Do you know anything about Steiner epoch theory?
I haven't read that much about
Different
him.
epochs. In other words, the Lemurian epoch had a resonant quality to a non-interval, because the Lemurian aspect, or civilization, if you believe that it existed as a civilization, was still totally umbilicalized to source. So there was no sense of duality. there was a sense of unity. And in music theory, we were talking the intervals, that it's just a oneness. So then the next epoch, according to Steiner, is the Atlantean. So then it's more watery, and it's the interval of two, and there's a whole energy and a whole mindset to it. The interval of the three was the ancient civilizations, especially like Egypt and early India, and moving into early Hellenistic thinking. I don't remember what the interval of the fourth, but the interval of the fifth is massively important, especially for you as a new dad, because Steiner beautifully postulates that childhood, it lives in the tonality of the interval of the fifth. And the interval of the fifth is the Pythagorean,
Yeah.
right? And it's the epoch when we saw on the planet simultaneously Confucius, Buddha, and Asclepius. These three extraordinary masters, all during the interval of the fifth, when the whole planet supposedly resonates to that frequency, and it is where children are to be met. We don't meet them there. We don't, and that's incumbent on us as adults to meet children where they're at. The interval of the fifth is a whole massive study.
We could break off and do a little bit of sound healing background from here, I think, because from my time in studying sound healing and many of these references that you spoke to, and John Boyu, who's going to be with us tonight, who's a pioneer in that field, he some of the stuff that I've spoken with him about led me to really kind of be analyzing the world within the realm of intervals, like what you said. And it's funny, I actually make all decisions now, usually, not always, but usually anything that can be like statistically determined, like any decision I need to make where there's like a number, I always allocate it based off of the golden mean, which is the perfect fifth, which is 2/3 of like an octave, which is like 0.618, or the other side of that, or a fraction of it, or a fractal of it, 32.8. And so I think it's a good time to talk a little bit about like our backgrounds in sound healing was how you guys came together, right? Like you met, I think. You want to talk about that a little bit, and your background in sound healing?
And the International Sound Healing Conference was in its, like, I think, 13th or 14th of 26 years of existence. Laraaji had been with it from the beginning. It was the brainchild of Jonathan and Andy Goldman in Boulder, Colorado, and it was bringing together people from all over the world for an 8 to 10 day immersion residency at this beautiful space in Colorado on a ranch that is a dedicated spiritual community. So Laaraji had been part of that as faculty since its inception, and I attended an event that Jonathan and Andy were doing at Rowe Conference Center in Massachusetts. It was a short, like a 4-day weekend event, and had no intention of going to the intensive. This was in mid-May, and the intensive is in early July. And dear friends of mine had attended the intensive a year or two prior, connected with Laaraji, connected with Jonathan and Andy, told me about it. It was interesting, but I wasn't that drawn. And at Roe, Andy said, well, why don't you come to the intensive? I said, Andy, this is already May. You're talking July. Oh, I don't think so. And then I couldn't shake it. It kind of like was planted, that seed was planted. And from the time I left Massachusetts until sometime in mid-June, it just was eating at me. And I kept thinking, I can do it next year. I don't want to do this back to back anyway. But I did. Long story short, I ended up picking up the phone, calling Andy. She said she had a wait list at that point. And I thought, part of me was relieved. I thought, oh, good. I can put that off. And the next day she phoned and she said, gosh, I don't know how this happened, but you're at the top of the list and there's a spot for you. So I did. I attended, and that's where I met Laaraji on faculty. I think I came over to you to deliver a message from friends.
A nonverbal message in the form of a hug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My friend said, if you see the sky in orange, go over to him, tell him Marjolaine and Doug are giving him this hug. Right?
Yeah.
In the dining hall.
Yes.
And we connected and found that we were both in the state of New York. And that kind of did it.
Yeah.
We reconnected as soon as we got back to the East Coast. And I had kind of a soiree of invited a bunch of the people from Colorado, a couple from Mexico, a fellow from France, a young woman from Romania, and said, come on, let's just all come to my house. So we had like an extended mini sound intensive. Laaraji came up from the city, and shortly after that we started collaborating. The following year, when I went back to the intensive, Jonathan and Andy offered me a faculty position. They refunded my tuition and said, no, you're part of our faculty now. And then from there until the 26th anniversary, or 27th, I don't remember how many we went. 2017 was the last one. And that experience, truly, the intensive I'm talking about, it was like being stoned in the best possible way for 10 days, but not using any substance. It was this heightened energy, having people from all over the world bringing their sound healing, their musical expression, their curiosity. It was a remarkable place. If it were ever to happen again, I would be the first one there.
So that what year was that?
2009, 8 or 9, 2008 or 9.
So after that, you guys started perform. How long after that did you start
Within
performing
a year.
together? Okay.
Yeah.
Because 2000, what year did we go with Blues Control? 2011?
I'm not remembering exact.
Because shortly after we started doing a young group called, well, a duo, Blues Control. Have you heard of them? Leah Cho and Russ Waterhouse. They were very, very popular at a time, and they were young ambient musicians, and they came and sought out Laaraji and came to a performance or two of his, and and they were just so excited to connect with him, and offered that he come to Black Dirt Studios in New Jersey and do some improvisational recording. And we were at Ananda Ashram, and I said, "Oh, I'll drive you there to Black Dirt." And when we got there, Leah, I had never met them. Leah said, "Well, oh, you're a musician. Do you want to join us?" I said, "Well, okay." I just really came to give him a ride, and we recorded for like 6-7 hours nonstop.
Wow.
And the two of us had done some things together. They were all the time, but it was just like this instant synergy. And that resulted in a release called That Healing Feeling, which was released, I think, the November of 2010 or 11, one of that, and it got rated as the first top pick for Pitchfork for that year, and it resulted in a 7-country tour.
Oh, wow.
The four of us, all vegetarian, which was so cool, and we did a tour from February to early April, and that was our first, I think, super performance experience, both together and in collaboration with these two young, wonderful musicians.
When we met at Ananda, so I was there to do not a yoga workshop, sitar workshop, and you were just passing through. You had a performance.
No, we were
You had a
performing,
performance.
as we did 3 to 4 times every year.
Okay.
We would have residency. Because of Laaraji's connection to Ananda, we would do about a 1-week residency at Christmas into New Year. We would always be there for Guruji's birthday celebration, 4th of July, another week. So whatever period that was that you were there, we were in residence.
Yeah.
So we were offering laughter play shop and concert.
So you were there for a period of time.
Yes.
So I randomly was just there. I was there just for a weekend, and I think it must have been the first or second day. But I think either lunch or dinner, somehow you and I started talking, and I thought it was that I just sat down at the table, the lunch table, and you guys were eating, and I just sat there, and you struck up a conversation, I think, because you're so friendly, and then we just kind of found out we were all musicians, and I had not heard of either of you guys in my ignorance, and but I think we decided it was like November or December of that year, 2013. And so I had been planning the NOUS, we call it NOUS now, this is the whole thing. But the NOUS project, the first NOUS project, for probably about a month or two, as I was making the plans of what that was going to be, I met you guys at Ananda. And I think I mentioned it to you. Do you remember that at all?
My recall is you were in Rupji's workshop, and which is the courtesy at Ananda is if you're a teacher, you invite any of the other teachers to come to your sessions. And Rupji invited us. I don't think Laaraji chose to go, and I did go to the Nada Yoga. And I don't remember if we met first in the dining hall or there, but either way, we then continued talking more.
And I actually remember it was funny because one of the things that you mentioned at the time was that the mind science guy. I had remembered this because Edward Holmes or something, was that his name? Or what was
Ernest Holmes.
Ernest Holmes. Yeah,
Ernest Holmes and mind science and science of mind. And we were talking about during the breaks in Rupji's workshop, we were speaking of what spiritual path, and you asked me, I believe, was this your path? And I said, well, actually, I consider Guruji, even though I've never met him in the physical, to be one of my teachers, but I follow more of Thich Nhat Hanh, and you lit up.
Oh, okay. So it was Thich Nhat Hanh that was the connection.
Yep. And,
okay.
And
as there's been so many for me in my life.
Yeah. And then I asked you if you ever experienced Course in Miracles, which was Ernest Holmes' Science of Mind. It was an evolution of, he was one of the influencers of
I didn't
Course
know
in
that.
Miracles.
Okay, I didn't know there was a connection there. So I had whatever it was, and it's all kind of like amorphous to me at this point, but I thought it would be an amazing idea if you guys joined this NOUS conceptual gathering, this musician retreat concept that I constructed there at Dreamland, and which is kind of funny because I didn't even know. I don't even think I knew anything about whether you guys are improvisers or I didn't know. I don't know how it happened, but I just knew it was right. Maybe it was because I saw you perform in that yoga class. I don't know, but whatever. It was a brilliant idea. That wasn't me. I mean, it was just like whatever came through me. It was brilliance for that moment.
And it was almost like this almost afterthought, as I recall, because we were ready to say goodbyes. You had shared a little bit about what you were going to do, and then it's like you turned around and came back and said, I have an idea. And it was like that. It came out.
Yeah.
And we looked at each other and said, well, yeah, we're free, whatever you said the days. And you said, well, I'd like you to come up like the 4th or 5th day that we said, okay. Sounds cool.
So that when we did do the show, the project, which then we've released the 3 albums of the main core ensemble and the string players and everything. This is the last one, the 4th. It was on the last day of the sessions. It had been a really long week, really intense for us, and it was like some challenging vibes between people from just being in such an intense setting for so long. And then you guys walk in. And everyone, I remember even responding after the session, and for the people at the time this will come out will have been able to listen to the music, and I think it's just kind of what the two of you bring wherever you go, which is kind of this light that just radiates into the conscious space of where you enter. But I mean, what I always thought, what I think is really amazing, fascinating about this album, and what was really great about that moment was that it's just really fascinating to hear this group of, experimental rock improvisational musicians, blending with that world experience that you guys bring in, which I know it brings an element of everything. But, I know most of the Laaraji catalog now. I don't really think there is. Do you have another project that was like that at all, where you had like kind of a big band playing around you?
Closest it come to that was an Italian project, My Orangeness, where we were in an isolated barn studio in Italy, and there might have been 6 or 7 other musicians. It was improvisation style.
So similar kind of setup.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So in the NOUS project, I had brought like a huge amount of ideas, which also included just free improvisation for the other groups and the other members in the session. But I also brought all these kind of written out little seed improvisational ideas that then defined like these larger improvisations that became the pieces. But in our session, there was nothing. There was no information. It was totally open and free as it should have been, and it needed to be. We had no idea what was going to happen, and we just flowed with it. And for me, it's amazing to hear like how there's an arc of like a whole piece, and I always find that that's amazing in free improvisation in a way, how that can happen, how the composition just unfolds. How much of your music is like that, Laaraji, like that is really free in composition, or like that you've actually, like how much do you actually often work out a composition before you record it versus just like flowing on like totally like structure, melody, harmony?
The closest I come to that was with song albums, Vision Songs, Volume 1. Even those, the songs unfold like I would unfold a lecture. I have a theme, a sense of where I want to go, but then it's like live interacting and free association. I would say more than 90% of the music that I've been able to share, that have been meaningful to others to listen to, have been on that frequency. Spontaneous, in the moment, feeling, intuitive.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of reminds me of at the end of that session, so we had set up, which we have some video of it, people will be able to see, but the band was kind of sprawled out in the Dreamland Studios up here in upstate New York in an old church in a giant circle. And the album's called A Circle Celebration, you know, to kind of honor that kind of concept as well as the NOUS symbol and concepts. But and Laaraji and you two sat in the center, and I sat facing you. And again, like I remember this part quite clearly, that I didn't really know what to expect at all with the session. Because I really didn't know your music at all. I'd never seen you, I don't even know if I'd really heard you. But I remember sitting in front of you, Laaraji, and when you opened up your mouth to sing, I was taken aback in a very strange way, like a way that's very hard to actually communicate, in the sense that there is a kind of power and, I guess, presence in your voice that I hadn't really, I think, heard from someone else. And it wasn't because like you have a beautiful voice, but it wasn't because you were like Sam Cooke or something, you know, or like the greatest, like Marvin Gaye, or like, you know, there was something else that was kind of very hard to define. But I remember sitting there, and when you started singing, I all of a sudden felt really small. I really felt like I was in a very large presence, and I felt really tiny. And I remember at the time, and I spoke to you about it afterwards. It was one of the actually few times in my life where I actually felt like the experience of like a student guru moment, like where I was actually like getting a transmission in a way, or like seeing the master at work in a way. And I actually came up to you and told you something about this right after the session was over. And I said, you know, what you did was amazing. I was just really taken aback. Like, how do you do it? I asked you something like that. How do you sing like that? Or how do you sing so freely? And your response was, I just open up and trust. And that was, I have never forgotten that. And I will think that my first teacher in music was a guitar player from South Carolina who was like a hidden Buddha legend, passed away in his 50s. He was like a second father to me. And there's things that he told me I'll never forget, but I'll never forget that moment that when you said that, because I will be learning about it, I think, until if I live to be, you know, however old, 90 or 100 or less. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and keep doing it until it feels like you're hitting the sweet spot.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely, I have the moments of course, I've had the moments of flow and been there, but vocally though, that's a different thing. Yeah, to see you vocally was my experiences are usually more like in composition. Like feeling the flow, like in that flow state in the midst of writing, but in the midst of performing, that's where you've found that spot, I think, a long time ago.
There's once a teacher in one of the New Age conferences that I attended in the 80s said that the power of music is in its suggestion. That's how it suggests. It can suggest where the performer is. It can suggest a painting or a picture. It can suggest the flowing of prana. It can suggest the release of heavy energy. Music can suggest many things, and in that power, it can be considered aligning music. The power of suggestion, and your imagination can assign any suggestion that the imagination can come up with. You can suggests that we're in an infinite vertical field through music. and if the listener takes that, what happens is that the mind stops holding on to linear content and feels a very transcendental freedom, a very transcendental lightness.
Do you feel that has there been any inspiration in your life from the Sufi tradition?
Yes, that
Hazrat
Inayat Khan,
Yeah.
Sufi. Yes, reading his
Greatest
book, The Music of Life,
I know it well.
really like a
Yeah.
Bible. I'm sure it reinforced my thoughts, and it validated and encouraged me at sort of how to deconstruct Western attitudes about what music should be.
When did you first come across that book?
I don't know. I must have been browsing through a library and opened the book and said, hey, I should read more about this, and investing in the book. That's an interesting place to find a book that, do I want to spend this money? But hey, this book is necessary. and you invest in yourself, invest in your unfoldment. So I remember that book was an investment because it was pretty pricey. And I don't usually buy books at random, because I don't consider myself to be a reader. I read for information and inspiration, and I don't generally get it from novels. I don't think I've ever read a novel. I might have watched movies, but I read for pick up information that will guide me inwardly and let me do the rest from there. And the Music of Life, I don't remember passages from the book, but it was a definite point along my journey into freer music.
Coincidence that I'm just remembering that after the July, our meeting at the Healing Sounds Intensive, Laraaji happened to mention to me that he does an annual event that he offers music and laughter, the Creativity Conference, every fall, and it's held at the Sufi Abode of the Message. So that became an annual event that we went to together every October, and
You were going every year there?
every year.
That was
It
with
was an annual
Iliad?
thing. It was
Yeah.
in October, usually the beautiful times for the
Fall,
Berkshire.
Berkshires,
Yes.
yeah, the green Berkshire mountain, yep, and near that it was you who told me when we went for a hike how that was the original space.
Campground.
Yeah, yep, where Ram Dass, when it was it was the space.
Oh, yeah, it
way
was
back.
The
Omega.
Omega's
The original
got started
Omega.
there.
Yeah.
And Laaraji remembered when Ram Dass and who just a bunch of people from that era who were young men at the time, and they worked together to lay the foundation. That's
Did
on
you guys
the-
know Ram Dass?
I've
I
never met him
did.
face to face.
No.
I smiled at him in the food line at a conference.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed his lectures. I especially enjoyed the pauses. Those pauses were very deep. He would talk and then it'd be silence. And sometimes I wonder maybe he forgot where we were. But it was very useful. Those pauses were very... And his book, Be Here Now, is a strong, another auspicious point of my reading. That book I read through, and while reading, I felt like I had been invited into another parallel reality.
Do you feel that you were always kind of drawn to these deeper perceptions of life from a young age?
Yes, that was... I think what started it was my being exposed to the image that the Baptist Church presented of Jesus Christ. And I was very curious about, wow, that's an interesting chap. I want to do that. And the quotes that the church represented, I didn't understand them all, but I got that this figure, Jesus, was supposed to be a model for very evolved human behavior and a very evolved understanding and relationship with the source of creation. And I admired that, but there were still some gaps in the explanation of what that was all about. That it didn't seem like the church congregation totally understood enough to give me answers I was looking for, just why, who, what. And as we evolved, or as I grew up, I started hearing what seemed to be conflicting or alternative stories of Jesus, that he didn't actually die. He left a tomb with Mary Magdalene. They had a child and a life in southern France. And someone even said he played the auto harp. And I said, all of these stories, man, once your imagination gets hold of these stories and you start questioning what's the real narrative here. And then that his name wasn't Jesus, it was Yeshua, and that I said, well, it's too late now. The damage has been done. I've been impressed by this story, and it impressed me to go seek inwardly for this connection for myself. So that was my, Jesus, regardless of if Jesus ever really lived, the fact that the story got a hold, my imagination got a hold of that story, and it took the ball and ran with it. And I did my own inner research, and I was inspired by Jesus the Christ story to even model my life of what kindness and service. Young people who are exploring and want to bring more juice into what they're doing, or more relevance into what they're doing, or to have their work not only be fun for them, but to have meaning for those probably in the market. And I find that creativity, for me, is a release of energy, some unconscious release or conscious release of energy. And the creativity, the art, is a byproduct. You almost could say it's the wake of the real moment. But you can release energy. It could be angry energy. It could be feel-good energy. Just sort of. And if I were to do that while interacting with a medium that's pre-tuned, a prepared medium, releasing energy in close proximity to a prepared medium, then you would hear music that sounds interesting. You would have art that looks interesting. And the person who comes and looks at the art says, wow, I feel the energy of that. So creativity, at my point, is intentionally connecting or aligning energy and then releasing it before an audience or in a studio. Mindful release of energy, and to help it to become more palatable to whoever's going to enjoy it, you of course work on your art, whether it's doing calisthenics or you examine the themes that you want to bring to the table. And then you get into a state, however you do it, align, intention. And then energy, you release energy, and the release of energy monitored by whatever format, or what do you call it when you work through a medium, the medium, whatever medium you are releasing through picks it up and becomes a reflection of that release of energy. That's one thing, a creativity in that way. When I look at art or listen to music, I feel I'm listening to release of energy, a release. Sometimes it's a mindless release. You just go and scream and kick and yell and strum your guitar and make $1 billion.
Yeah, and that actually, I'm curious, like how you might define. I don't want to say that, like make a difference of inferiority or superiority about certain kinds of music and others, but there's obviously I mean, it could be more defined by like intention or like a depth, in some cases a depth, of course, of understanding or wisdom or whatever. Meaning, like, how do you look at, if you're speaking to like a young person about creativity and you're speaking to a person that you would be encouraging to explore the deepest capacity of their aspirations or their potential, like how would you align them versus like an interest in just pop music versus, or like what if they were, like what kind of suggestions would you make, and how would you differentiate the landscape of what's popular in music these days and what you would interpret as a higher form of energy, for lack of a better term?
Yeah, good question there.
How about
I've been
starting with
exposed to
school
music. Educational-wise, I've been exposed to a wide range of music, and listening to music, you say, oh, that sounds good. I'd like to do that. In fact, I can do that. Or you hear vocal music, or you have an experience listening to other people's music, and then I try to imitate it. You know, there are the 3 stages. You imitate, and then you mix and match what you imitate with, and then you discover yourself, your language. So that's one understanding, that a 3 system: imitate, then experiment with what you're imitating, and then you discover your language. But then there's the music of releasing for therapy. So you're not concerned about what it sounds like to someone else. You feel good, you release, it reflects, you get into your whole body, your breath opens up. But there are some things that you want to do when finding optimal music, and that you want to find music that lets you breathe, lets you be connected to your breath, that can represent a human physique that is in ease and in comfort, and also maybe a mind or emotionality that is aligned with the divine. So you have practices, spiritual practices. You don't have to call them spiritual practice. You can call them feel-good practices, introspective practices, contemplative practices, or get into meditation, and then you'll be able to bring to your release an understanding that you're not just releasing within a third dimension, within 4 walls. you'll come to a place where realizing you're actually embracing the sky, like Jimi Hendrix says, pardon me while I kiss the sky, that you can move beyond the apparent world and move into the non-apparent space. And releasing there, I find I get more bang for my buck. Release into the non-apparent space, which is the universal presence.
Do you see that as, and do you actually kind of, in a way, self-define it, that when you're doing music, often it's like an offering?
It's a service and an offering. Yes, I usually use that term a lot, music offering, so that there is a sense of service involved, a sense of kindness, nurturing, and the suggestion of a gift that hopefully this will enhance some aspect of your experience.
But you're talking more about like the audience, like present, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that an offering. To do it alone, you can
Do you
offer
ever
it.
do you offer it though to like a deity or like to whatever you would call like an omnipresent? You know what I'm saying? Like
Yes, but there I would say I'm offering it to you can call it my higher self or my absolute self. Then the term deity, the Hare Krishnas try to impress that God is in the deity, and when you offer to the deity, you're really offering it to God. I was slow to get on board with that one, because there's God's in that rock, that Morty, and it's not in that Coke bottle. Wait, that. So I'm into the universal space, that they're offering it to universal space now, as opposed to any particular person. And on that line, not bowing to anybody in particular, bowing as an offering of respect and conscious awareness into a universal field that's present. Even if I'm bowing and it looks like I'm bowing in your direction, it's okay for you to feel grand about it. But I'm also bowing into the absolute field, and the absolute field is indeed where you are. So I'm bowing into everyone's absolute field.
so, I mean, essentially by seeing the non-duality or emptiness in every single person,
Yes.
you're offering, and when offering to the audience, it can also be simultaneously viewed. The correct view of it would be that you are offering it into whatever kind of deity that you could self-define at that moment, or the deity is, because the deity is residing within that
Yes.
combination of aggregates and matter and spirit that's in front of you in that moment.
Yes, that comes up
That's
big time in
beautiful,
Shiva Ratri ceremonies, where we're pouring ghee and cannabis onto the Shiva lingam.
Where these are ceremonies that you do
Yeah, they
at
happen
home, or
as a rotating
No,
yearly event called
at-
Shiva Ratri. It happens all night long.
all night.
People
at
chant.
at the ashram.
Oh, at the ashram.
It's a 24-hour.
Okay, at Ananda.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and
Some-
I'm sure
some ashrams-
many-
Yeah, but this is a Shiva.
Shiva Ratri is a festival holiday.
Yeah.
That would be at many ashrams. And it doesn't have to be ashrams. It could be anywhere people who practice Shiva Ratri. So it's an all-night. Steve Gorn has played at
Yeah.
it. We've played. Then you rotate, but for 24 hours it doesn't stop.
Yeah.
And
This is like a Hindu festival, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you usually end about 8 o'clock in the morning, and then there's a big feast. But Shiva, as I mentioned earlier, offers the cannabis flower. And so the Shiva Ratri in very real rituals include bhang, which is ghee or milk fused with cannabis, and you drink that. And so you can imagine where we're
It
going
has
with this.
psychoactive
Yeah.
properties.
Uh-huh.
There. It's like full. Okay.
And there you're immersed in intention. You're chanting Shiva, and so there your psychoactive experience is aligned. The intention is aligned within the Shiva.
And it's
story.
a communal experience,
Yes.
and that's
Yeah.
very important. And that's something I would underscore to young people especially the how relative, not just relative, how vital communal, genuine communal experience is.
Yeah.
And I don't think I think that your generation and subsequent generations are craving that and finding it. But I think our generation moved away from it. It became all this individual,
Yeah.
bow to the individualized, independent, unique, instead of what is the collective, what is this thing that is our common humanity. For me, when I am at my best in whether it's performance or just being present at something, and it may be a big part of the energy work that I do, I tap into a maternal sense. So whether I'm with one person or an entire audience, I can feel it in me. I can feel like, oh, I love these people. And I look out and I see them as children. I see the child aspect, because for me that's the most resonant and it ties into my Hellenic, my Pythagorean, that fifth interval of the fifth that the child resides in. I truly believe that our most expressive essence of its highest form resides in our purity, our child quality that sometimes just gets so pushed down, whether you are a little child or you're 90, and it's always there. So to be genuine and expressive and connecting to your child energy, and if that's done through just centering, through stillness, and I think that's a big piece too. When Laaraji was talking, the points to precede that imitative quality, that being inspired by someone and trying to emulate, first center yourself, and that's different things to different people. But really, I think the energetics that Laaraji spoke to, for me, really is the recognition of our connectedness. And it really does bring up in me this maternal sense. Like I want to go out and hug everyone. So I kind of picture this warmth coming out of us when we're on stage, just like this warmth coming out like a big energetic hug and embracing people. And when people are receptive to that, it's magical.
Are you reciting things in your mind, or are you just kind of like it's more just a feeling, or like
it's more experiencing a feeling that it just comes up in me. It just does. And it's more a feeling. Sometimes I can say something internally, and I'll catch someone's eye, and more often than not, I think Laaraji can vouch this, when that happens after a show, there's a lot of tears. There's people who come up in tears saying, I don't know what just happened, but I can't stop crying. It feels good. They have release.
Yeah.
Because they don't know, but they know on the NOUS scale.
Yeah.
There's a knowing that they're in a safe space, that they can emote and not be embarrassed. And that happens a whole lot when we do laughter work. People are stunned when they cross over that little fine line from hearty laughter into tears. So we always try to mention up front that that might happen, and please don't shut it down. And it's equally as beneficial.
What kind of rituals or practices do you do? Do you tend to do something
do.
before performances,
Yeah,
before
together.
recordings and stuff?
Usually,
I
like,
mean, backstage,
yeah,
and
Or even the day of, like I guess you probably have a morning practice that you do in general, or
I think
I'm flattered by you thinking that way.
But we do a backstage thing more. I wouldn't say 100% of the time, but most of the time. Laraaji gets very, very, very quiet, and I know to let that go and let him go because he's going in his way, and I'll do whatever I'm doing, and then shortly before, without saying anything, we both are very respectful of Tai Chi, and I did Tai Chi practice for many years, so we'll do our own version of like a push hands, so that here again, energy will come together and just like move with just to kind of get into each other's energy flow at that moment.
Yes, so that translate on stage as a flowiness rather than a competition. That we're blending into the blending experience of being on stage. I also work when I'm touring a lot. I backstage do 5 rhythms dancing backstage to get into flow, staccato, chaos, lyrical, and stillness. Also do some laughing. Also do mind science affirmations. Everything I need for this concert to come off beautiful, I now have. And another thing I call beyondic. You sit on a piece of paper backstage. You just write all the quotes you imagine people will be sharing with you after the performance, assuming you did a great performance. You're like, wow, that's great. Where can I get your recordings? I'll just write those down to actually project the idea of a successful performance.
It's like a vision board.
So
Vision board, yeah.
you've worked a lot with affirmations in your life.
Yes, I do believe them. I believe that has gotten me very far.
Much less, but yes, I have. Laaraji did a very deep commitment to mind science.
The good affirmations, what they do is they shift the emotional field, and you get to and it shifts your mental equivalent so that you are in the present moment rather than going toward it or wanting it. You can say you trick your mind. The subconscious mind doesn't know what's real or false, and just like a little child, there's a boogeyman, and the child, really? But but then you talk, I am prepared to deliver a most spectacular concert, and I'm delivering it. All the instruments and the equipment I need for this evening are right at my fingertips. I am in great shape, and this is good. With Tai Chi, there is this, you get your body to move a certain way so that when you interact with an instrument, the music is a byproduct of your intentions interacting with this musical medium. So the music tends to be softer or more fluid. So there's getting into your body versus your first instrument and letting your voice become an extension of this. So affirmations kind of allow me to baptize myself in an intention and make it real. And it's vocal, it's verbal. There's 3 ways of doing an affirmation. I can just recite it first person. I, Laaraji, am here and ready to offer a most beautiful concert, and I'm really prepared for this. I can block my ears so that I hear my own voice through bone-conducted sound. That's another way. And then third, I can look in a mirror and make eye contact with myself. Says, you, Laaraji, are most talented, and this evening you are bringing a most beautiful experience. and you just talk yourself into this space. And affirmations, and also you give thanks. Good affirmations, you always give thanks as if it is already happening. So now this is a big leap for someone who is not aware of their ability, of the creative mind, creativity. You can create your life. If you can imagine a different reality, you can create it. And what mind can conceive, man can achieve, something of that order. If you can conceive it, and conceiving it means not just thinking about it being in the future, but if you can conceive it as being right now, this means overturning what the world is presenting as a reality. And you can live in this alternative reality, even if it's for 5 minutes of affirmations. You are planting seeds for your transformational existence.
When did you get into mind science? Like, how did that? Because this is also yoga, of course.
Yes.
Yogic theory and Buddhism in a way, but
I got into mind science by confronting a fear. I was getting on a bus going somewhere, and there were several seats empty. One of them was near the most beautiful woman in the world, and I confronted my fear and dared to sit next to the woman. And I sat next to her. And she was reading a book so intently, and she smiled at me, and she allowed me to eavesdrop on what she was reading. And she was reading something by either mind science or Thomas Troward. And I got more interested in the book than her. And I took notes on the book, on how I could get it, and I went to the Mind Science Center in New York and purchased the book and got deep into mind science because I took this leap of actually doing something new and outrageous.
well,
And
when was that?
Thomas.
This was about in the
70s?
probably in the 70s. I think after I got into meditation, and because the book, I remember reading the book, and the book aligned with meditation. The book talks about using mind, that you can shift your reality if you can shift the way you are channeling thought.
And Thomas Troward was, Judge Thomas Troward's writings are what inspired Ernest Holmes, who is credited as being the father of mind science. So that's the Troward, and I got excited when Laaraji said that, because I remembered early on that 2008 when we met at the Healing Sounds Intensive, we stayed up one night and talked all night in the lobby area, and he was amazed, I was amazed that we both knew Troward.
Yeah.
And we intersected with that, because that can be obscure.
Yeah,
a lot of
had
people.
you come across it?
Oh yeah,
When did you come across
I
it?
came across it. My daughter's godfather, who was very esoteric man. He was friends with Harold Sherman and Edgar Casey, and he and his wife were. My daughter's named after his wife, and he introduced me when I was. Before Aliki was even born, I was probably late 20s, early 30s, to Troward. He gave me my first 3 volumes of Thomas Troward's work. And at first they seemed so dense. They, like
very
dry.
scientific. If you have a good scientific mind, you'll drink it up. I heard one report of one of teachers of Troward's work said, Judge Thomas Troward, who was in Edinburgh,
Right,
Scotland,
Edinburgh, Scotland.
that his lectures were so dense and monotonous, some people would fall asleep. But the books themselves, I feel like I'm carrying the key to a parallel future.
They're remarkable, and you can do them in little bites. You can do a paragraph
Yes.
and just close the book, and pick it up and open it at random and just close it.
A note on that. I did gung-ho. I found that I could read a word at a time and drink it in, and I took it in deeper. Like if it said, the cat ran up the stairs, I was at the. What does the mean? Cat. Ran. What does ran mean? Up. What does up mean? The. Stairs. I would integrate that dense material that way, and I would feel myself leaping in bounds, taking it in, because I knew, for one thing, that was strong evolutional material, and secondly, that issue of people of color was how to neutralize residual slave mind mentality. And this material I saw was a key for me of neutralizing any residual slave mentality or mindset.
Did you feel that in your own mind, like growing up? And
I feel that from my folks and my relatives that there's a holdover from the slave period, everything from the way that they handle discipline, to food, to language, to mindset, that idea of racial superiority and inferiority. You just quantum leap all over that when you're dealing with mind. Mind science says the mind is God. Mind is, and we're talking about not the mind that thinks. It's the mind that is pure I am.
The nous.
Yes, nous, the now mind. It doesn't think, and you can get it to think, but then you get into. I consider that the forbidden fruit. If you nibble on linear thought, you're taking yourself into the rabbit holes. But just pure mind is God. It's creative intelligence. And if one can isolate that and get into it and contemplate it and work with it and serve it, that they can lift themselves out of stubborn platforms of life and enter new sunlit fields.
this is a good transition to the name of the project, which the name originally was called. So it was taken from the ancient Greek. That was where I came up with the idea originally. The NOUS, as how it would be pronounced in ancient Greek. I simultaneously, the way that's spelled in English is NOUS. So obviously it is parallel with nous in French, which means obviously we, so the collective concept, the collective consciousness. So I thought, whoa, what a great name for an improvisational ensemble. The problem I had with it was new forever, I was calling it. But then when the album started coming out, I was trying to tell people, I kept on saying the new, and no one understood what I was talking about. So I was like, and it had like this very krautrock vibe, like German rock kind of thing. So I was like, now, so that sounds kind of cool, even though, and I thought it was kind of closer to the Greek. But as Arji corrected me, the correct Greek would be
nous.
Nous. And when we were speaking, we determined that wouldn't necessarily be still the best way of using it. So we're staying with nous for now, even though it means the name is about nous. And in a way, I think that definitely our record, but I think also the project in a whole, the other 3 albums with the group of 12 other musicians. But on our record in particular, really, and I think, Laaraji and Arji's music is doing this all the time, but we really tap into those moments of like that collective consciousness, that higher mind, that vertical mind, nowness that you're referring to. And I did NOUS, the second incarnation of NOUS was with Carl Berger, who's coming tonight. He's a great jazz musician who's very much aligns with the way that you guys see the world, and that was called NOUS One Mind, and that was his thing. His thing is his musical way. He teaches music as a professor. He calls it the One Mind. His method's the One Mind, with music. As his book he just wrote, it's called
That
The One
sounds
Mind.
good. It sounds non-verbal.
Yeah, so
Yes,
but
yes.
it's all you know, it's all the I'm using this primarily as a moment to talk about the titling of NOUS, but the other thing is then I chose the circumpunct as the symbol, which is, you know, a good representation of what we're trying to talk about, is my point. And it's amazing because I don't even know how that all came together, but
You were
it's
inspired.
amazing. Yeah, or I just realized. But as we've spoken about in previous interviews, but just to get it on tape here, the concept of the circumpunct is you have the circle, but then you have the dot in the center. And the circle obviously is that idea of the circle has no end and no beginning, and it can encompass everything. Simultaneously, the circumpunct can represent like the jiva, or the individual soul, and like even in astrophysics or in science, as I understand it, there is no center of the universe. There's only wherever you're standing, you're in the center of it. So the circumpunct, being a very, very ancient symbol, actually one of the most ancient symbols across many, many cultures, I thought was a perfect kind of expression of that nous idea.
You know what's interesting, it just came to mind, is when you beautifully state that, how about 6 years ago, there was a collective of ambient musicians and music tracks, of which Laaraji's naturally on that, as are Yasos and Steve Halpern, and you can name many. What is the title? I Am Center.
Yeah.
And it's all musicians who would embody exactly that visual
Yeah.
over and over. And it just struck me, I am center.
Yeah.
And that is the epitome of what people call ambient or new age, and I don't like any of those titles because they miss something.
The word miss, I missed out something. In the morning ritual, I've been taking cold showers, and I'm finding something quite unique about that.
Yeah, it's powerful.
Yeah.
I was doing the Wim Hof method for a while. Have you ever heard about
yes,
him?
I have.
Yeah, and it's quite powerful. I mean,
It is.
It's really crazy what it can.
It does something to the vagus nervous system. Good. you know?
Exactly. Yeah. It's yeah. But do you do a sitting meditation? Like, do you sit every day? Or-
Yes, every day informally, meaning that whether it's in the park or at home on a nice high zafu, I prefer to sit in lotus position when doing concerts when it's possible. When somebody says, "Where's your home?" I say lotus position. When I'm in lotus position, I contact my center. I feel cozy in the universe. But I sit every day. I'm making a connection. Whether it's a park bench or at home. And though it would be ideal to do it a half an hour at a time, and I consider a hero's or heroine's length of time would be 10% of every day. Give 10% of your day to the universe. So that would be about 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Why 10%?
It's the idea of tithing.
Ah, okay, interesting.
You're tithing your
Yeah, yeah.
energy,
Totally.
and it can bring back.
Mhm.
But that's a very tithing. 10% is actually a very Christian, Judeo-Christian concept, isn't it? I don't know if that 10% comes
yes,
from
I
other
don't know
traditions.
if
I don't think
Judaism
10%
has that in it.
Well, yes,
Judy?
tithing is definitely,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not a matter of what is the percentage. It's just the fact that you are making a committed amount,
Yeah.
that you're tithing it and happily giving it. So using your energy that way, yeah.
Do you sit like ritualistically daily, or is it more also just like open?
For me, I do best when I have a set time, like when I get up in the morning and I I ritualistically, I light candles, incense. I
You do it
have an
around the same
altar.
time every morning?
I try to.
I'm the same way, yeah.
For
But I
me,
also
that-
have a 2-year-old, so I have to.
Well, and yeah, I go through spurts too, where it's not feasible, but I try to then find, as Laaraji said, if I'm walking on the bike path and there's a bench,
Yeah.
and I haven't had my morning sit, I'll
Yeah.
sit down and just make it a point to
I mean,
connect.
the way to do it is to be living it all the time and to be able to spontaneously be sitting. But I'm not that's like, I'm not that kind of master. So I you know, if I don't feel right if I don't kind of like get it structured in my day. And it's kind of like what you said, and it is a tithing. It's an offering of that time to that space, whatever you call it, the nous, the divine, the inner Buddha, the inner, the higher mind, whatever it is, or just tranquility, or, you know, just cultivating a strong mind. I kind of need that structure for, it seems to me, I've tested it out over 15 years, and it seems to be the most conducive for
Yes.
stability. But I yearn to be just the person that spontaneously wakes up and just goes through life, like sitting, you know, here, like kind of always kind of there.
They're always on the cushion.
A million
Seem like the sadhus
lifetimes
do
from
that.
now. What's that?
The sadhus in India, I think
Yeah.
they do that.
Yeah, totally.
They don't have a 2-year-old running around.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Laraaji, sounds like you're a really night owl. I'm very much a night owl.
I do my best work at night, maybe because it aligns with the meditation sweet hours.
It's interesting though that you meditate in the middle of the night, which was actually like I'm sure you know the life of Buddha. They actually say like he stayed up, only slept like 2 or 3 hours a night. You know the stories of Buddha? He
No.
taught the devas in the middle of the night. He would teach all the the humans during the day, and then he would sit at night, and then the devas would all come to him, and he'd teach them in the middle of the night. He'd sleep for a couple hours, and then get up and do it again.
That sounds real. There's something to say that the ether is clearest in your location around 3 in the morning because
Yes, and they
people
call
are
that-
sleeping.
Yeah.
The monk's hour too.
Month's hours. I find it very peaceful. Matter of fact, if I'm up at 12 and I'm getting into creativity, a burst of very auspicious energy starts happening around 3 o'clock, and I look at the clock. Yep. And it's happening.
What time do you tend to get up?
You get up earlier now.
Sometimes I go sleep about 6 or 7, and I'll get up depending on what sometimes I can sleep for 2 hours, 3 hours if I've got something else to do that day. And sometimes I'll go to 12 or 1 o'clock. But it's not structured, tightly structured. And it works for me.
It really, I mean, you take it day by day. It just shifts day by
Yes.
day. What time you go to sleep,
What
what time you
projects
get
are
up.
up. And
I would never be able to do that. I mean, I'd be sick. Like my body, like can't. My immune system, I don't think could handle that. It's interesting. Like my
I
immune
need
system.
more structure
Yeah.
too.
The
maybe I
sleep
had structure for a
schedule.
while. I
Yeah.
mean, and with ashrams and New Age conferences, there's
Yeah.
those structures of getting up in the morning to play for 6:30 or 8:30 meditation class, and then fire ceremony in the evening or in the midday. So I've been subjected to structure, and
And you do well with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like when we're at the ashram,
Yeah.
we're out usually well before midnight, because we're up early to play for the morning meditation.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do
So-
the midnight oil. I wouldn't burn it during conference time and ashram time. So I shift for that.
But when you're on your own, and when you're in the process of writing or recording, you tend to do your best work in the middle of the night.
Yes.
Oh, even last night, I picked Laaraji up at Amtrak. I was up since 5 yesterday morning, so by 9:30, 10, I said, I can't keep my eyes open. I went up, that was it. It was after 3 before Laaraji even started to, feel a sense of needing rest.
Yeah. What do you think? Because it sounds like you probably don't watch like a lot of movies. Obviously, probably not television. I'm guessing.
Well, you're watching.
I watched a lot during the pandemic.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Marvelous Maisel.
Okay.
And the
Netflix.
newest one, the Underground Railroad.
Oh, so you do watch television? Okay, because
well,
I
I watched Prime and
Netflix.
YouTube's. And
Okay.
YouTube.
Okay, so you're in there. I was curious what your thoughts were about like the presence of screens and
Education,
and
new education.
it's a new form of education.
Yeah, access to a wider highway of information flow.
Yeah.
Of course,
It has
though
a
some of it
downside.
yes, you question some of it, but it's a wider. I got a good education. Also, it allowed me to deconstruct my fantasies and fetishes around my favorite actresses. You know, you get to now and this when you were young, you thought, "Whoa, I like to be with her," and then then you get to see the story behind these people, and you get to see through Hollywood and get to deconstruct your fantasies. And so I grow that way by letting go of old fantasies. I had the biggest crush on Marilyn Monroe and Jane Russell, and then I got to see it from this side, and Rita Hayworth, and I got to see the Rita
From
Hayworth
what side?
from the side of, you know,
What was the
steps
life really like?
Like a documentary about
outside,
her? Or? Okay.
outside of the Hollywood image.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Yes.
But you're talking about like seeing some documentary about her or something?
Seen documents.
Okay.
And getting information. There's information that I don't think your general audience TV networks would allow you to see. Then there's good National Geographic. There's David Attenborough.
There's amazing
Yes.
nature documentaries out there now, including an amazing climate change one that you guys should watch.
Yeah.
It just came out.
But I said the
Huge, yeah.
fantastic one was the Underground Railroad that's going on now in Prime. It may help me to connect with so much.
It's a very personal thing.
Very personal thing.
Yeah.
Because I lived in the South for a little while, and
Were you born in the South? Oh, you weren't born in the South.
You caught it. You caught yourself.
Was this the body in
the body's birth certificate was initiated in Philadelphia.
Oh, in Philadelphia. So actually, that's
Pennsylvania.
that's the north.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, but after the fire, and how old were you?
Virginia.
7?
You had
Yeah, that's
some
a
connection.
very-
At the age of 7.
That had a big imprint.
Yeah, lived with my grandfolks in southern rural backwoods of Virginia.
Sharecropper
Because you wrote a song about Virginia. That's where I knew
Yeah.
about it on the
on Vision Songs.
Okay, on Vision Songs.
Not Vision songs.
Celestial
Bring
something.
forth.
Bring
Bring
forth.
on the sun.
Yeah,
Bring on the sun. Okay.
Gee.
Yeah, that's right. Not Vision Songs.
Yeah, it's I can only again, my first music teacher, he was an African American man that lived his whole life in Columbia, South Carolina, born and died, and I studied with him 5 to 6 days, sometimes 7 days a week for 3 years. Like
Studied what?
he was like my father, guitar.
Ah.
He was like my father. He taught me. He was the first person that showed me meditation. I didn't know anything about it. I was a jock, baseball player, playing at University of South Carolina, played at University of Virginia, transferred to University of South Carolina, drafted by the Seattle Mariners, hardcore, big, weighed 230 pounds, giant muscles, shaved head. Yeah, me.
Yeah, you were on your way
I was
to
a-
be
it was a serious baseball player.
serious.
Wow, I
And
can
I
see
got
that.
injured. I shattered a bone in my foot that they removed and tore my shoulder, and that was it. Super depressed.
The same day?
That's how I found music. Out of that depression, I started playing guitar, and I sought out this guy who was a legendary Robert Newton, say his name. He was a legendary teacher in Columbia, South Carolina. Everyone knew him. He was like a Buddha in his own way. He was the most loving, like gregarious. Everyone, you would sit on. We would have a lesson at like 6 or 7 p.m., 6 p.m. at night at his little tiny room on top of this music store in downtown Columbia, South Carolina. We would come out after every night that we would have a lesson almost, sit out on when the music store closed and just talk out on the street corner for like 2 or 3 hours. He'd just talk about everything, about life and relationships. I mean, I was
What
just
a generous spirit.
he was an amazing person. But the amazing thing was you would sit there with him and literally like within every 5-minute radius someone was coming by, Robert, to like give him a hug. He was giving hugs like every like 5 minutes because he was just so lovable. It was amazing to experience his presence. And he was fierce too. That was the other thing.
Dedicated any work to him?
I went to his funeral and like had a string quartet played like some of my pieces for him, but I have not written a piece for him. But I wrote to him when he was alive, you know, sending him all. He was it was a really, I mean, I didn't know anything when I came to him to like kind of go down the path I went down. But he also like prophesized. Is that the right word? Prophesied or prophesized? Like so much of what I would do from the beginning. It was really amazing. Like he was always, because I really just wanted to be a guitar player and a singer, and he was like, you're going to be this person that's going to do really big things that brings a lot of people together, or like a lot, like these big kind of conceptual projects. That was like his thing. And I wasn't into any of that at the time. I just wanted to be like a rock musician, like a rock star, and playing guitar. But he like saw that.
He was he was a guru to you.
He just knew like how he could see that I had like the composer kind of mind with music as opposed to like being a virtuoso guitarist.
May I ask what took his life so young?
Yeah, he was a virtuoso guitarist. He actually played with like Dizzy Gillespie and a bunch of fusion jazz guy. He was really like a fusion, but he could play every style and he taught every style. He really taught improvisation. I mean, I learned NOUS was devoted to him. Sorry, because it was. I revisited
that makes
NOUS
sense.
after writing Bardo. You know, spending 3 years writing a classical piece, and then being so burnt out of that isolation, saying I really need to play with people. But that was all because of that experience of being trained by Robert as an improviser, and all the experiences I had after that. Like he would take me to like the African American clubs in South Carolina where I was like the only white person in there, and he'd force me to go up on stage and play with the blues with these guys that were all like old black guys playing like music in the South, and I was like 21 years old. I mean, it was like it was a christening, you know, in its own way. It was an amazing thing to be able to experience, but he would force me to do it because I was so like had so much stage fright and was shy, you know. So it was. He was I don't know
how did you find out he passed?
Oh, I'm sorry. He had a strokes early on in his life in his 40s. And when I met him, he had already had strokes, and he lost a lot of his playing, and it was really hard for him because he was like a shredder player, and he had rehabilitated a lot and was able to play. When I played with him, he could still play like amazing fast to me. I thought he was like amazing, but he would say, and other people said that he had lost like a lot. He apparently was like really like a kind of metal shredder. And then in his late 50s, they came back, and it was at the point, you know, he was paralyzed for some years, you know, I think pretty like bedridden before he passed. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he was. Now I know why I brought it up, because many times we would have a night lesson and be talking out on the street, and 2 times a cop drove up. This is Columbia, South Carolina. Drove up, rolls up, and I was 20 years old. I didn't really understand this. And cop rolls down the window. It goes to me. He's like, "Are you all right?"
See, yeah.
And I was like,
Profiling.
I didn't get it at first. And I remember the first time it happened though. I said to Robert, I said, "Why? What was that about?" And all Robert did was he just went like that and pulled on his cheek, and was just saying, it was amazing to me to see like how prevalent that was. But he also, it was also the time in Columbia, South Carolina, where there was an African American man every month climbing a ladder in front of the state capitol building, up a ladder, taking a torch and torching the Confederate flag. And then the police would come and arrest him, throw him in prison. He'd be in prison for like a month. He'd come out a week later, he'd go and torch the flag over and over, until finally he was like kind of like this celebrity. for doing this.
Wow.
It was amazing. And you know,
Well,
they finally took it down.
Flag company giving him a kickback.
Yeah, exactly. Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Tassa Saranam gacchami, Dhammam saranam gacchami, Sangham saranam gacchami, Sangham saranam gacchami, Buddham saranam gacchami, Dhammam saranam gacchami, Sangham saranam gacchami, Sangham saranam gacchami.
Shakti, 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 Shakti. Joy.
Metta. Karuna. Mudita. Upeka. Metta. Karuna. Mudita.
Vacation to the bears and to the something gave Om Nico. I remember a very stimulating open space, with lots of instruments, musicians scattered about, and you could call it a scenario for chaos, but I thrive in those kind of places where you don't know where you're going to go, but so long as you're getting good sound in your headphones and it looked like the equipment's pretty professional, which it did look like. It looked like we would, if you're going fishing, you're going to catch some good fish. It felt like we were going to catch some good fish.
Yeah. I actually often think about creativity with a fishing metaphor. I think also because I grew up by the ocean going fishing as a young child all the time. I don't fish anymore, but there is something, and it's also, there was a quote by Stravinsky about how like many of his colleagues don't, or many artists that he knew, they sit around and wait for inspiration. And he's like, I don't wait for inspiration. I come knocking at her door every day. Sometimes she answers, sometimes she doesn't, but I'm always there. And I kind of see it as that, like fishing, when you put trust into the fact that you're just going into the action or into the event or the moment, that something is likely to emerge, for better or worse. So it's kind of, that's, how about you, Arji? What was your memory of the experience?
I remember meeting you in the driveway, and we still were relative unknowns to each other.
And you were late too, remember? It was a little bit stressful, I think,
Yep.
getting there slightly.
Yep.
I think you were lost a little bit or
yes,
something.
exactly.
GPS.
Yep. And you came out to the driveway and met us, and really didn't know what to expect. And when we walked in, it was really quite a vibrant space.
Yeah.
And piggybacking on what I was sharing yesterday, my heart immediately felt like I was amidst a bunch of happy, intelligent, creative children ready to play. And some were wary of us. I felt, I could see some looks of, like, who are they? And they're just walking in. And some recognized Laaraji immediately. And, of course, your warm heart. And Anthony immediately struck me as one of the most open-hearted presences. It was like he was this throbbing heart. And it was impressive. I, like Laaraji has shared, so enjoyed just walking into an unknown and allowing it to flow. And it was beautiful. And within a very short time, it felt like the synergy of people really came forward. There was definitely a very quick connection. So that was my recall. I remember some beautiful vocals coming out of you at some point. And
Yeah, I actually sang way more on that session than I anticipated, because I didn't sing on NOUS. No, I did sing on other NOUS tracks. A lot of screaming. But
well, at one point I started softly, a very soft chant, and you were the first person who picked up on it.
yeah,
I remember that, and then it grew, and Laaraji's soaring voice came in, and and I just felt like we were all. There was no sense of, once we were in the session, there was no competitive sense to anything. It felt like everyone was reaching in to see how we could create or express. And that was beautiful. Cecile,
Cecilia.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and she
presence.
she sang a little bit, but she was really involved in parts of that session.
I remember her more, I guess, from Baby's All Right.
Yeah,
she had
was
a
really
big
performed
presence
in that,
there.
didn't she?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she had a big presence there, and yeah, she's wonderful. So obviously, it's been a long time since that session passed. What was your impression listening to the album once you heard it for the first time?
Oh, wow! It took me right back. Really.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It really. I think it triggered memory that would not have, which sound does anyway, but it really did put me back into the space in the best possible sense.
Yeah.
Overriding any potential tensions and such that may have evolved later, but it was a beautiful experience. Yes, for me. You?
I felt communal when I listened to it. The idea of community celebration. That the mix provided my listening with more information than I was aware was going on in the recording. So there was a surprise to see the development from that recording experience. Once again, I felt a celebrative Native American or indigenous celebration ceremonial energy. And the idea of my voice, I didn't remember what I did during the session. If you asked me what did I do, I don't know. I think there was food there.
And people.
But then I'm listening back and hearing, I enjoyed what took place.
Yeah. It was beautiful blank spot. You could see it as loss of short-term memory. You could just see it as a beautiful blank spot. It's a moment of emptiness.
Short-term memory, to me, short-term memory means that we are so engrossed in the moment, probably on an alternative frequency, observing something that is not apparent when we're not elevated. So short-term memory, meaning that we're so focused there that we didn't pick up other things.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the things you mentioned, like that I find about improvisational sessions where you have particularly a larger group, probably if it was a duo or a trio, it wouldn't be as noticeable. But when you have these large sessions in a live space, it's so chaotic and so hard to hear, and you have kind of no idea what it really sounded like. But when you go back to the recording, you hear all these talented people playing their moment to each what they could hear, and in their own moment, and you put it all together. It's amazing how it's like, whoa, that like came into something that wasn't apparent to anyone, you know, in that moment. Not the mix engineer or producer, I think, at the board. It's really like the person who's editing and mixing it kind of discovered, which was me actually. I did all the editing and mixing, so I really kind of uncovered what that session was, and was really like, I was actually not sure how it was going to turn. I remember because it was 2014 that it was recorded, so now it's 2021. That's a long time to like be sitting on a record.
7 years, and that's auspicious.
Yeah, oh, it is. Yeah,
7 is auspicious.
and I remember for the first few years, I was like, I didn't really know what I didn't have necessarily much expectation about the session. I was like, I didn't know what it could become. But as I started to dig into the editing of it, and there was these moments, really kind of cosmic celestial world music, cosmic jam is kind of how I see it in my mind. I was like, wow, there's really is something special here.
Well, many kudos to your editing. Really,
It
Chris,
was a lot because it was a 5-hour jam.
Yeah, I can't imagine
to
you
carve it into a.
extracted some gems. Had to be incredibly time consuming.
It was like a full month, 2 months or something.
Oh, I can imagine that. The 7 is the most sacred incubation.
Yeah.
So 2014 to 2021 is 7.
Yeah.
So it's perfect
It was
timing.
meant. Yeah, of course.
Well, what was impressive on an energetic level to me, Chris, too, was observing, again, energetically how, you had a lot of strong musicians in there, and at some points there was a lot of male kind of energy going, and how one would anticipate, again, this competitive, and once in a while it would rise up, but then someone else would dovetail, and it would blend.
Yeah.
And that unison, that unifying, it became this unifying field.
Yeah.
Like Laaraji always talks about the unified field.
That's the NOUS, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And that was
The NOUS NOUS.
very cool to experience that.
Yeah.
With people who had their own, wanting to showcase and then kind of tapping in. It had almost like a kirtan, a moment's call and response quality to it, which was very sacred.
And just to mention, like the group was obviously a very talented, very diverse group of people from all kinds of various projects that came together for that.
It felt like a classic jam, and a classic where, especially in a country setting, in a nice barn, like this was a church.
Yeah, it was a church
with lots of instruments and musicians without a tight agenda of what we're going to do, and let it spell itself out. Have fun, interact, listen for surprises, go with the flow, surrender to the euphoria, and just hope that the engineer and the mics are capturing it all.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. This session was when I had originally thought about the NOUS project, I had envisioned this. My idea was to try to bring like the experience of like a retreat container, where we did every morning. You guys never saw this, but every morning we gathered. Well, first off, asana was offered like at 9 a.m. Yoga, stretchy poses, commonly called asana, and for people out there. And I had a teacher friend come in, Allison Sinatra, a very amazing teacher, so that people could do yoga first thing. And then we started at like 9 or 10. I think at 10 we gathered sitting in a group around all kinds of percussion, hand percussion, mainly crystal bowls, shakers, little drums, etc. And I had a routine with a lot of different exercises where we started first in silence. And I know I mentioned this to you guys before, but we would do sitting meditations, so starting from silence, and then we would then do chanting, Om. There would be kind of some various presentations of leading through chanting, starting with usually obviously an Om, and then like vocalization exercises, encouraging people to be improvisatory with their voice, and also giving them kind of mantras or toning ideas. And then we would move from that to body percussion exercises, where we'd play body percussion to, feel rhythm in our bodies and to stimulate, energetically the points of the body. And then from that, we would move to hand percussion. You could use an instrument and voice, like one of the instruments in front, crystal bowls or whatever. And then from that, and you could also, were encouraged to get up and move, dance to start, as Laaraji and I both are. Are you involved in Five Rhythms too? Yeah. And then after all that, so we've emerged from total silence to, then we pick up our instruments and start the day recording, so we go to the drums, we go to our instruments. So the idea was to stimulate from the silence through the body, through like the, sheaths the body, and then out externally into your electric instruments. And then the idea was at the end of the day to reverse that process and bring it back into the silence. It never worked actually, because it was the evening was so tired, people were so tired, you didn't really get to do that evening session. But anyway, so my idea was to try to bring these concepts of sound healing into like a recording project for musicians, a lot of musicians who might actually, some had some experience with it, but some, it was really foreign to them. There was definitely miscalculation about how that should or could be presented to people that necessarily, weren't really knowing what they were getting into in a way. But at the same time, I think there was certainly moments, I think, where it opened up and people appreciate. I hope that there was moments that they definitely appreciated it.
And when it's something that new to an individual, you can trust that something bubbled up.
Yeah. Undeniably, it led to some. I mean, I don't know if that was a causation or what kind of causation it was. It was some kind of causation, of course, but it led to an extraordinarily creative session. From 4 albums that are all, quite unique. And my point in bringing that all up was that our session was actually like my vision, that the pinnacle thing of the vision.
Oh, okay.
It was kind of like how I imagined the sessions, like manifesting. It took you guys to kind of come in and then thank you, because you made my dreams come true.
Oh, in Dreamland.
In Dreamland. No, in Dreamland, that's funny.
Was
no.
the name of the studio?
Yes, Dreamland.
Oh.
Yeah. But I mean, just the energy of that session. We had that energy at different times, but like, it really what I was kind of envisioning was the energy that you guys ended up being a part of and being a main factor for causing it to ripen.
I appreciate your inclusion of us and trusting on 2 unknowns to you, and following the greater guru.
Yeah.
It was a remarkable undertaking on your part, and I think back after, not thinking about it for very long until you reached out to us. I had forgotten how much you had to juggle. It's extraordinary. The number of people, the locations, the equipment,
The performances, 2 performances, big ones.
There was so much.
Yeah.
Christopher, I've said to Laaraji, I don't know how you wore that many hats, and managed it, because it really was an extraordinary undertaking.
Well, I had, Cecilia was a huge help, Kevin was a huge help, and of course the players are all, amazing what they brought to the table. So, I didn't do it, but it was definitely, which is very, particularly of that, it's something I'm trying to learn from as I've now hit my 40s. But I very easily imagined things that were way bigger than I could essentially chew or manage. So I try to be more conscious of what the mind can conjure up. The papancha, as they say, like in Pali, the proliferation of the mind can really create many problems. So when I design a project now, I'm trying to be much more like conscious of not making it too complicated. And actually, my collaboration with Gareth Jones and NOUS Alpha has been a huge, actually, help in just a conceptual development, because he's a minimalist, electronic minimalist. He's done so many amazing albums. And then knowing you guys, like I see how you have managed touring around the world, and having to manage that setup. And Laaraji, I assume that's something that you've been conscious of for a long time, living in Harlem and having to play around the city all the time and carrying a New York City musician learns how to scale down pretty quickly.
Make it manageable and effective.
Yeah.
I use the term compact, lightweight, and portable.
That's it.
Yeah. But at the same time, there's something magic about big chaos that nothing can replicate. It's like many orchestral pieces,
Yes.
are so big and epic and complex, and some people might not like them, but they have a very extraordinary identity or experience,
Well, I encourage you to reverse roles here a moment, to continue to think big and grand. That's your nature. and to allow yourself the recognition of that and self-honoring. It's essential to. It's not ego when you do it with the humility and awareness that you bring, recognizing that it comes from a greater source directing. It can't help but evolve into something really gorgeous and meaningful.
Yeah.
So there are people who are meant, like Gareth, to be minimalist in nature. There are people who are not meant to be.
Well, Gareth calls me a maximalist.
Well, I like that. and it's not to be underrated.
Yeah, and that's what that's what's so special about our collaboration. It's the maximalist and the minimalist
And
challenging
you hit a balance.
each other, pushing each other, and then we meet in the middle.
Yes, it's beautiful. It's the middle path.
Yeah, and I think that when collaborations like that happen, what's beautiful about it is it brings you to your middle, right? Like you experience more of the middle, which is
You're
the more wholesome aspect of yourself.
Looking back on the entire, from the moment like you envisioned this grand project to now, if you were told, okay, you could re-enter that, but with this perspective, what would be the 3 top things that you would alter, if anything?
I'd be less attached, number one. Even though I tried to be, it was harder than I realized. I thought I was not attached, but I was still
How would you go about doing that?
oh, I don't know. I would just I don't know how I would go about by non-doing. I think more than anything, but it's hard to say. You know, it's not. I wouldn't really change anything. It was a great learning experience. You know, it was pain. There was some challenges and there was tension that happened over the course of the time.
With hindsight on that tension note, which is very rich to plumb without judging, what
Well, one of the big problems with that was the fact that one of the things that led to tension was the cameras being there. But I wouldn't want to not have the cameras there, you know, because the video footage of it is so
Rich.
Amazing and important. And I was thinking about that as saying, well, maybe I wouldn't have cameras because it led to a lot of tension.
Really, people were self-conscious?
Well,
of
it just
it?
was intense over 6 days having cameras
Okay.
around. But like capturing those sessions was what was so magical about it, you know, on film. And in the future, any sessions that I'm doing like that, live ones, I'm trying to capture. And people know about it in advance, you know.
Sure.
But so yeah, it's hard to say. Like, I mean, when I did the version in 2018 with Carl Berger and 16 other musicians, there was no tension. It was just really, really beautiful for 6 straight days. It was also a very rotating group. Carl and me were the only 2 remaining people. It was really our collaboration. And then we brought in all these other people.
And where did you record? Here in the barn.
Studio, yeah. And but I think that I learned a lot from the first, and the primary thing I think I learned learned a very deep lesson that we were just speaking about was that if you're going to try to bring something that is esoteric or practices that are esoteric, you have to be very cautious about who you ask to do that. And in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, the more I've read about that and the more I've understood, like, I mean, it's actually considered a breaking of vows to talk about emptiness and to teach emptiness to someone who's not ready for it.
Well, biblically, it's don't cast pearls before swine.
Yeah.
And that's not meant to be a horribly derogatory image.
Not at all.
It's just a recognition.
It can be damaging to the person.
It can be damaging the person because their receptivity is
and to the external environment.
Right,
Yeah.
and then everything gets impacted that touches upon, which fast forward to entering the space in the basilica, that's part of what I think was being experienced even without any conscious recognition.
Yeah. And I mean, the big thing related to that I've learned in general from my own spiritual practice, primarily in Buddhism, but of course, like, you know, yogic, Vedantic theory, whatever, but more, but starting in Buddhism and kind of coming back to it, really, I was always non-defining myself as I didn't want to be defined, just, meaning that, like, seeing the perennial philosophy, right? Which I believe in, the perennial philosophy, of course, but I now kind of define myself as a Buddhist to people because of the fact that, as you know, Thich Nhat Hanh was so instrumental in pulling me out of the abyss, in my mid-20s, and then so many moments of healing in the Buddhist tradition and from the Buddhist teachings that at one point I just realized, I need to honor those teachers as much as possible. And in my life now, actually, I see the greatest thing that I can do is to try to support Buddhist causes more than anything, because it's like we live in an extraordinary era where the Dharma has now come to the West for the first time in the history of the world within the last 100 years. It's nothing. And like, in a way, the Buddhist teachings have just been born. So like the greatest thing that I can do in my life outside of raise my son is just actually try to help Dharma survive to the next generation and beyond, you know. So that's like where I'm seeing myself, my energies are going more and more into that, because I just see it as the precious jewel that I, in my life, I mean, I know there's other paths. I'm not saying it's the only path,
No,
but it's
I'm
the
not
path that
hearing
liberated
that.
me.
Yes.
I mean, from my own suffering.
And it's very, as you say, as time says, always honor your root tradition.
Yeah.
It's one of the things about Thai that's so remarkable is Theravada and Mahayana practice in many Buddhist minds are very distinct. It's like Catholic and Protestant.
Yeah.
And in Vietnam is the only Buddhist country where Theravada and Mahayana Buddhism intersect.
Yeah.
And Thai was a monastic, made a monk in the Mahayana tradition,
Yeah.
but he respects the Theravada and he blends them. And not only that, he encourages those who he can touch to also bring in your root tradition, whether it's Muslim or Christian or Wiccan, it doesn't matter. And he's sincere about that. So that's where I think he is a teacher for the modern age of spirituality, because he is so inclusive and sincere.
I will say actually also that Goenka, Vipassana and Goenka's teachings is he
Bridges.
Coming from the Theravada directly, like the Burmese Theravadan tradition. He has done the same thing with his method of offering Vipassana and being very inclusive to whoever comes, and very interesting stories where he's had like Catholic nuns and priests that have come to do Vipassana, and he, in the first Dharma talk, he talks like you do he encourages you to take refuge in the Dharma, Buddha Dharma Sangha for the term of that Vipassana session, just for that container of protection that you're going through as you're going deep into your mind in a Vipassana. But he encourages everyone. I mean, he's Hindu, Hindu root that became essentially a Buddhist, but they atheist, agnostic, whatever, it doesn't matter, Christian, Jewish, Muslim, all you're doing is these practices that are very scientific, that are very there's no, you know, in the Theravadan tradition and Vipassana tradition, and but he's had these, he tells stories of how he's had Catholic nuns and priests that have come to do a Vipassana, and they told him afterwards that it was the first time they felt that they actually learned how to pray in their life.
Yes,
through
and
those practices.
Well, and that, as I shared with you about my son Elias, which I'm so looking forward to the two of you having a conversation. But when he was in Burma, and he took vows, shaved his head, had the robes placed, all of that. I can't say for certain whose overarching teaching he was under monastically, but there were, as exactly what you're saying, he was with people who came from all kinds of faith traditions, and indeed when the uprising started, they banded. There were Jewish rabbis, Catholic priests, nuns, Muslim hierarchs, everyone together. So I'm imagining that's what you're saying, and they
totally, yeah. And I mean, when you think about it, all Vipassana really is primarily is following your breath, concentrating your mind in the present moment, and then scanning your body for like 10 hours a day for 10 days. And that sounds so simplistic, but the things that happen when you do that in healing and the insights that you have about your own life and your own being are so deep
and no distractions
and profound. But there's no religion there.
Right.
It's just being it's science. It's just nature. You know, it's it's cultivating an extremely strong state of mindfulness over a period of time, which opens up an energy experience that is, from the normal state of mind, supernatural, even though it's very natural.
Have you had Vipassana retreat experience in Asia?
Not in Asia, only here, yeah. And only in the United States, yeah. Yeah, I've never been to Asia.
I wonder what that would be like for you at this stage.
Well, I always feel though too. It's like it's like you said yesterday.
Well,
if God's not in the Coke bottle, then where is He?
True.
Like I always feel like you can find it everywhere. Though it would be there is like
There's
I
something.
really would love to go to Bodh like in my life. Yeah, for sure. But we'll see.
Well, there's every locale has
That's his story.
Right,
Yeah.
and
then
again an energy
a residual energy.
that
Yeah.
that is definitely a component,
Yeah.
but certainly is not geographically necessary.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Can you talk a little bit about how your perspective on creativity has changed from the time you were young, even a child, to like in your 20s to now? I mean, because you've had a obviously extremely long arc of a career.
Yeah, I would say if I had to give a short answer, the biggest shift is the sense of what I'm doing. What are you doing? You walk up to a creative artist who's playing the piano. What are you doing? And then I'm like, what do you mean? What am I doing? Yeah, what are you doing? And so what is your intention? What do you think you're doing? And I could say, at the beginning, I'm having fun at the piano and I'm just releasing energy and mimicking my favorite artists and enjoying the sound of feeling like a performer and really immersing myself in the moment that creativity allows, which means a collapse of future and past. You're in the moment. Now, I would say I'm here sitting in the piano, playing inside my house. Now, if you ask me, it says, I'm resonating through the universal field right now. And I am tickling and massaging my image of a universal presence. I am whispering through every individual who is immersed in the one field right now. So it's more of a radiation of touching the absolute and touching everything within the absolute, using the imagination. So I am no longer in the third dimension or in a concert hall. If I'm seated in a concert hall, my preparation before the performance is to check my focus. You could do chanting, which helps liberate the sense into the breath carries us back to the prana which is everywhere. And so now the difference is the placement of of the music I'm doing. Where am I placing it? I am placing it within an absolute field of now. And also I'm trusting spontaneity more deliberately rather than thinking that it's the exception, that sitting in front of a piece of paper and playing music would be the main thing. Now, sitting in front of a piece of paper and following someone else's music is not the main thing. The main thing is trusting the spontaneity and letting that be the official focus, trusting the spontaneity, so that when I step on stage, I am not missing a lead sheet or a conductor. I am trusting. And for that reason, it's necessary before a performance to have quiet or to be with those who are friends of meditation. I like to say friends of meditation. They know how to be with an artist who's preparing or someone who is going internal and needs to have the external quiet or aligned. So I'd say the difference between then and now is trusting spontaneity as the major way of letting creativity happen, and also a refined sense, refined through meditation and contemplation and listening to teachers in Sangha, in a satsang, define the space which is not apparent, the universal field, the omni space. And nadam, which is sound current, defines the absolute. The music defines the absolute the best for me. If I listen to nadam, the inner sound current, it speaks in, I think, vertical intelligence. And it helps me to align my local nervous system with, I say, the nervous system of the universe. And nadam speaks in the tone of timelessness, the tonality of timelessness. And also, nadam is amazing in that it represents to me a lightness or a luminous field. And it's amazing to think that what we perceive as hardcore creation is somehow being produced or sourced from a very luminous weightlessness.
Dovetail on Laaraji. Well, I guess the biggest thing is, and this doesn't mean it has to come with chronological age, but being reflective, there's a passion and an urgency and a not necessarily confident element that the key point is trust. To develop whatever skill sets you need to trust what you are bringing forth without holding back. You can go back and refine it, but allow it to come forward. Just trust, trust, trust. And with time and experience, I think that trust is the key to everything. Laaraji hit on it beautifully, that idea that when I have the delight and honor of accompanying Laaraji on stage, that period before we go out of connecting within and then silently but energetically with each other, and then going out with a joyful spirit of anticipating that what's going to come forward is really going to be what's meant to be in that moment. So I'm not sure if every young creative has the luxury of a spiritual practice, and I'm not saying that someone who doesn't cannot produce wonderful things. But I think it's a huge support, and for this kind of experience that I've been privileged to have, and I'm now approaching my 71st year in September in this form on the planet, I'm feeling such gratitude that I can tap into that sense of the sacred and trust that what will happen will be. When we are performing, I remember this particularly 2 years ago, we were at DC Festival at the Kennedy Center on the Millennium Stage. Extraordinary venue. Top quality everything, top quality sound folks, the whole thing. And realizing like 10 minutes into the set that I was in a little bit of awe of being on that particular stage. And then really about 10 minutes into it, it just struck me that, hey, this is no different than sitting in the family room in upstate New York together. And all I need to do is trust Laaraji's lead and come in. And it was an amazing unfoldment. I literally knew where he was going before he got there because of that trust, if that makes sense. So I'm talking, I guess, in a great deal to young artists about collaboration. And that's the other thing that a spiritual practice, I think, if you devote yourself, it takes off that human nature's competitive edge. It's not about a competitive, when you're collaborating, it's about enhancing one another for an experience. Go back to 2014 in Dreamland. For me, I felt that was my role, even if I did nothing but sit there, was to hold space and just kind of feel into the energy of nurturance for one another. It brought up a lot of, I mentioned it yesterday, maternal feeling, which I don't know how else to verbalize it. When you're collaborating, male or female by birth, you can tap into that feminine, nurturing, receptive energy. That's a big key to productivity and honest flow. Laaraji's constantly tapping into that feminine receptacle within him, is my sense of these 13 years of together.
It's definitely something that I have become more and more conscious of as I've gotten older, that seeing myself as a young artist and the path that I, especially coming out of like sports, baseball, but I've seen it in, I would say the high majority of artists and musicians are doing it for a sense of themselves, for a sense of accomplishment or a sense of self-grandiose, or look what I can do, look how great my licks are, how great of a singer I am, how great of a songwriter I am. It's very much like, look how wonderful I am on stage, versus there's a shift that happens where it becomes, may I be of benefit for you, may you derive benefit from this performance, may this be for the audience, may this be some kind of gift or offering. And that gigantic, monumental shift of mind, which is so simple, but such a huge shift, changes can change everything in a very, it's in what could be deemed only as a magical way, in a sense. Like the energy that comes then into that experience and into that moment completely changes when you become a vessel of selflessness.
Yes, that can neutralize stage fright too. When you think that when you know and feel that what you have to offer is a gift, and you're just anxious. Yeah, I'd like to share this with you. And
is that often how you feel that you're kind of experiencing it for yourself?
Yes, that I'm offering a gift, something that should enhance you psychologically or emotionally, and that's one reason why I say rehearsing beforehand or tuning up your instrument and really getting the feel of just how good your music sounds to you. And I'm wonderful to share this zither tuning with an audience because it's so magical and haunting. So knowing and feeling that what I have is of value to me and feeling it's going to be value to someone else. One analogy I have is someone who's stage fright says, would you have difficulty going on stage and offering everybody in the audience $20? No. You think they'd accept it? I think you think they'd be happy? Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, that'd be good. So we'll think of your music as you're enhancing someone's life or enriching someone's life. If you really feel that should take the edge off anything apprehension about going on stage and offering what you have. And that might be just a good way to approach the rest of your life of performing, that what I have to offer is here, like you said, to enrich and enhance your mind space, emotional space, or to encourage you to move toward your dreams.
Yeah. I mean, it's something that I, of like 14 years of Tibetan Buddhist study, even though my primary tradition is not Tibetan, but the Tibetans in particular always are about dedicating the merit of their practice. And this is a huge thing in Tibetan Buddhism. Of course, all forms of many contemplative traditions do a similar thing, but the Tibetan teachers really hound on this idea always. Every session that you do, that you end with a dedication of the merit, right? And that's why, that they teach that. They teach that because they know that the energy flow will stay in a more open, creative, and wholesome state when any action that you do, you end with that reminder or that mental intention to share it with all beings, or whoever it may be. It could just be your son or your daughter or your girlfriend, and also yourself. I mean, it's not to negate the importance of also saying, may this be healthy for myself. Of course, there's great benefit to that, but
and that's what you're saying encapsulates again the idea of non-competitive.
Yeah.
As long as as in Buddhism they talk, there's a lot of talk about watering seeds. Which seeds are you going to water? And if you're not careful, and you constantly are watering those seeds that feed the competitive nature that's part of our construct, then it's very challenging to envision serving, giving as being something that you're giving right back to yourself in triple what you're giving out. And the Tibetans are wonderfully clear on that. And amongst, I think, the least competitive, those who have practiced in Tibetan Buddhism that I've encountered truly epitomize loving kindness in a way that is like, wow, blows your socks off.
Yeah.
Lama Lanang's a perfect example. He is pure energy of loving kindness to everyone and everything in every situation.
I have a couple notes here, and I think we'll be wrapping up soon, but I wanted to ask you, and this is kind of related to what we were just talking about. Obviously, although it's been great for some of us in this last year, it's been extremely challenging time for modern human history. A lot of very gross apparent negativity in the world right now, and I'm curious, like, how do you guys deal with that energy in the shared consciousness sphere, and also how do you if at all feel that you relate to it artistically? And of course I'm talking about politics, I'm talking about environment, I'm talking about all the stuff. And I know, like, when you guys had a tour in Turkey, I remember a few years ago where there was a bombing, I think, like right then, right? We
were oblivious to it.
Yeah.
And the bomb went off in the airport. We were in Istanbul probably within 20 minutes after we had boarded our flights and had no idea it had happened. And when we got home, for me at least, there was a series of messages from people who knew that we were flying out of Istanbul at that time, and so many people were killed, and so much horror. But again, being oblivious. And I thought about that often, and how do you stay out of the quagmire and not be oblivious to it, so that you can somehow provide solace and
without being dragged.
yeah,
pulled
it's
down
it's
into-
very tricky,
Yeah.
I think. And this year has certainly been full of that. For me personally, I have felt myself yo-yo in and out of different emotional states. And now I'm thinking on it as, how can I be a force for positive embodiment of what is potential? Some of it is becoming more aware of the social dialogue. I see a lot of, you know how it's said that things have to go to an extreme, how the pendulum goes before it can come to the center. I see a lot of extremism right now, and I'm not judging it. I imagine it's necessary, but I have to keep my distance from it. Like, being so careful to be politically correct with everything I say is stifling.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot of the language of the 30-year-old generation right now. It's like a whole different language. And I've been asked to be at certain Zoom conferences, and I just really keep my mouth shut and listen, because I need to learn what they're saying, you know, and what that's about, because I need to learn. Now at 7D, I need to learn from the 20s and 30s what it is they're feeling so passionately, so that I can figure out what my elderhood role is. That's how I see myself now, needing to carve out my role as an elder to support what's evolving. And COVID really brought all of that to the foreground in so many ways. The homeless situation, the desperation, the rise in young suicide, the hostility, the divisiveness, the us and them, all of that has been heightened. It's like the bandage was ripped off this wound that has been festering for so long. And it's good. There's air and sunlight, but it's also causing this turmoil. So I have to be detached and present.
But that's like where the practice really comes into play, to keep the
Yeah.
mind stable enough to be able to not fall into despair states, that you have the capacity to be able to come back to yourself and to the present moment, and states of joy, or consciousness of the joy that's always actually ever present, if you can access it. I think for young people, again, or that's what I would hope to teach my son, you know, that
Yes.
to develop that strength of center,
Yes.
so that you can look at it but be able to not be drawn
Yes.
into the void.
And to be aware of a quality that I think we've not prized enough in raising our children, my generation, is teaching them how to tap into their natural ability to be discerning. Discernment is so necessary and so undervalued and so unrepresented. It's critical to having a fruitful, rich life, rewarding, service-oriented, to have discernment, to trust yourself, to trust that feeling that you get when you meet someone who on the surface presents a certain way, but inside you're kind of going, but you go with this because it's so alluring.
Yeah.
When you're young, especially, I think, you're drawn to this. It's so, wow. But in here, don't tune that out. That's discernment.
Mm-hmm.
And listen to it. Avoid the pitfalls. A lot of pitfalls are very present today that have always been around but are exacerbated. But yes, that detachment.
What about you, Laaraji, with like, how do you view, your place within what we were speaking about, or creatively, or just personally, however you might relate to it?
Oh, one phrase the teacher, Sri Brahmananda, would repeat is mind your own business. Mind your own business. We get caught up in business that's not really our business. And we say, is it our business to be mindful of everything that's going on the planet, who's kicking whose butt and who's raising who from the dead? And you could become a nervous wreck if you try to manage the affairs of the planet, especially the affairs that you don't have really control over, nor do the government heads or the Pope have control over it. So minding your own business. And so how do you get to understand what is your own business? And that's where meditation comes in, and the term meditative understanding, to get in touch with your meditative self, and from there decide what is your true business. And usually the business is of this present moment, the universal field, maintaining your sense of alignment with the eternal. And if I do this before I go to YouTube or CNN and figure out, oh my God, and you're minding the world's business first, and your business is just shot. As they would say, even shot to shit. But but if you, before you go to the television, you sit down and you breathe, and if you know some yoga postures, and you become aligned with the divine and timelessness, then you turn on the television and you says, oh, okay, there's that. And you let it go and you let it flow, and you don't get bent out of shape if you're grounded in the underlying frame of reference. Know your underlying frame of reference. So minding your business in the midst of observing the world's business, the fleeting business unfolding. Now, is this to say to ignore the world? No, I say it's to observe the world from a place of self being aligned with the divine, with the internal. And to not get bent out of shape is to have a sense of grounding that is not subject to the fluxing program of the world. What was the other part of that question? How to remain?
How you deal with it creatively?
How I deal with creative. For one thing, if I find myself getting annoyed with situations or people or anything, it's an indication that I'm not giving enough time to meditative sitting. Mm-hmm. You know, and I think, why am I getting upset about this? Why am I letting that disturb me?
It's like a mindfulness bell for you.
Yeah, and then I said, I'm not spending enough time with meditative sitting. And whenever I spend a half an hour deliberately of sinking in to the zone and reconnecting and re-feeling the absolute presence, and then move forward with a more dependable sense of calm and equilibrium and balance. And I said, oh yeah. So if I'm getting upset about somebody, it's not that they're doing something wrong, it's that I'm not in the best place to contain that in the context of an eternal universe. I believe that the universe is perfect and whole. There are no accidents and there's no errors. And if I am in touch with that frequency of whatever you call it, purpose, then I don't let the fleeting world take me out of shape. Now, that's not to say if someone comes up and asks me for money for a meal, then I'm going to ignore them. Generally, if that happens and I feel connected to that person, rather than just give them money, I'll say, sell me some information. It's empower them right there. You've got a job. Sell me some information. Did you know there's a street festival 2 blocks down? And I said, no, I didn't. Yeah, that's worth $2 or $3. Once I offered somebody $20, and he broke down the whole thing between Republicans and Democrats and what the whole political process. I said, wow, that's worth more than $20.
That's an amazing way to deal with.
Keep someone's esteem
Yeah,
intact.
and when someone asks you for money, like to say that.
Empower
I've
them
never
right
thought of
there.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
I've seen Laaraji do that in the city, where when we first connected, and I was going into Harlem like oblivious, and Laaraji would like kind of guide me around. Anytime I saw someone, he'd go, no. It was tugging at me. And then I watched what he was doing, and that was a recognition of someone honoring them and having this wonderful self-esteem infusion. Mm-hmm. And then they felt really good.
Yes.
Not only did they get what they thought they were asking for, they got far more.
So what she's saying, reminding me that I do a lot of reframing.
Yeah.
Somebody says, I'm homeless. And if I come into my center and realize that we're on a planet that's rare in the galaxy, you call yourself homeless, you got a prime piece of real estate right under your feet here. To look at somebody who's saying they're homeless, I says, I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, well, let me put you on Venus or put you on Mars right now, and I'll show you homeless.
Or Jupiter, where there's not even ground, it's just gas.
Yeah.
A few years ago, you were acknowledging how remarkable it was to kind of come to success like later in your life. So many musicians, artists struggle with that sense that they're never successful, they never will be. Many people give up on the creative process because they never achieve the success, and it bothers them so much that they end up, it's also a fine thing to give it up. But how do you kind of look back on that now? That whole, it must have been many, many years where you felt pretty.
Yes.
Yeah, talk about that a little bit.
Well, in my earlier years, I remember writing music out on paper very meticulously and sending it to the Library of Congress. And none of that music ever went anywhere, did anything. But it was a process. The music now that we associate with my success, or the success of the music that comes through me, none of it is written down. And it's free flow, spontaneous, right, direct to digital. And I look at this now and I says, I used to slave over that paper and send it to the Library of Congress. Oh, it's my music, I read it, oh, great. And the music that I don't have time to even think about, I don't call it my music because it comes through time without me actually knowing what's going to come through. So so I'm letting the universe collaborate with me. I guess instead of my music, it's our music. So the idea of inviting the power within me, the higher power, whatever, the divine angels, the guides that want to work through, let them share in the glory too. So it's become easier. And when we say success, I remember using mind science to correct my thinking. We can want success, but we don't have the mental equivalent in place to receive it. So the idea of mind science, it says you shift your mind science to, you shift your mindset to, when you spend $5, don't spend it like it's your last. Spend it like it's, spend money like you've got money. That's one of my attitudes. Spend money like you've got money. So that $5 is a hologram of, let's say, infinite supply, rather than spend it like it's one half of what I've got. So the mindset, mind science helped me to shift my mindset about prosperity. Even if you don't feel you have it in the bank, you can develop a mindset. You go acting as if, learning how to act as if. So with success, eventually what happened along the way, mind science, I practice a collage, that is drawing a figure of a record storage shelf, and then drawing blank spines of record. And then I would write in imaginary titles of records that I had produced. So I was getting in touch with the idea of seeing my records on other people's library. That's called Beyondic. Imagine if you were a success, what would it look like in the world? People would have your records, CDs. You would turn on the radio and hear your music. So you start practicing what it would be like to be successful. So that's shifting your mindset and aligning yourself to what it's like to be successful. Get into that state and projecting yourself and imagining, pretending, acting as if. And if you're in a life situation with someone else who thinks you've lost it, you have to really rethink, why are you doing like that? You can. And I did this, and without knowing who Brian Eno was. And somehow Brian Eno showed up in my life shortly after I was doing these exercises in mind science. It says, don't pray for something specific. Pray for the right, the right transportation, the right producer. That's what, and Brian Eno shows up. I never knew of Brian Eno. And
had no idea who he was.
Yes, and so it happened to be the right producer for launching me onto the next level. So the idea of learning how to pray for the right without filling in too much detail, and finding the right transportation, finding the right residence. I want to live in a condo in Valhalla. And, because you can go specific if you want to, or you could say, I would like the next right residence. And you might find that the next residence is in Harlem. What yeah, this is right for your evolution. This is where you need to be. And so when we plan specifically from our limited sense of what's going on, we'll create more limitation or a container to perpetuate our limitations. But when we let divine collaborate through us, and the divine design says, you're ready to be there, because that will take you where you need to go and where you don't yet understand you want to be. So the mind science, imagination, creating collages that represent where you want to be, where you want to go. So now I look at the record, my library at home of my records, and that looked like what I was drawing years ago. My record's up there with the spine sticking out. And a realization comes over. Okay, it's time for me to visualize the next place I want to be or what I want to do. But my primary visualization is to ever deepen myself as this conscious channel of the divine right where I am.
And I have to jump in for a moment, as Laaraji was saying about Brian Eno's appearance, and he had no idea who he was, and that launched a very putting him into international spotlight for a number of years. About 5 years ago, Brian did a series of lectures in Manhattan, and the big culminating event was Brian Eno at Cooper Union. And we were his guests, among others, that night. Packed house at Cooper Union, standing room only, people still streaming outside, hoping they could get in. And early into Brian's talk, and he's showing slides of his early boyhood, the humble beginnings, all of this. And at one point, and Laraaji had stepped out of the auditorium to put money in the meter, and then they flash on the screen Laraaji, and Brian says, and then this orange being entered my life and my whole world changed.
That's how Brian
describes Laraaji.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
And it was such a beautiful moment, and I remember sitting there like in the first or second row with his lady and thinking, oh my God, I hope he's in here to see this tribute that Brian's paying to him in front of these thousands of people. And what it said to me is this quality that I have witnessed in Laraaji over and over of humility and recognition that humility isn't about being humble, but it's about being balanced, and it's also the term right-sized, keeping your ego right-sized, and that's it's something that I always am in awe of, Laraaji's capacity to be right-sized. Sometimes your original question of this seeming detachment that could be perceived by some as apathy is part of that same construct. Humility, right-sized thinking, not thinking yourself too big for or too little of. And that's a part for young people and esteem that's essential. I see too many young, brilliant people who question themselves so much, and it breaks my heart. It's like, oh my God, look at what you who you are, what you bring. Don't put so much emphasis on those things that you think you're deficient in. Focus on your strengths, build on them. Don't focus on what you perceive as your weaknesses. Self-love, self-acceptance, all of that. If without that, the creative process is totally hamstrung. If you cannot love what is coming forth through you, then your own creativity is a fraction, if that, of your potentiality.
If you can love what's coming through you, this is how you can trust that what's coming through you is beautiful, is bliss-oriented, and can support your tribe, your community in a positive way. How do you know that? This is a feeling. If it feels good for you, and you're getting feedback from your community, your tribe. I've gotten feedback on the zither earlier that I didn't realize how much people were getting from my zither. I was getting a lot and sharing a lot. But the hammered work, and I heard people were going into trance. I said, what? You are? And so taking feedback helped me to trust that what I was offering was of value. So learning to accept. Also in the Washington Square Park where I was playing, there was a group of Eastern musicians playing mandolin. They were the old crew. One time, one of them came up to me and says, I listen to your music. You go plinkty, plinkty, plinkty. I don't hear no melody.
Where is this?
Yeah, this is in Washington Square Park.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I don't hear no melody, just plinkty, plinkty, plinkty. And then Brian comes along and says, I like what you're doing. That's ambient.
Oh, and that was the other part that was so amazing. Until Brian connected with you, you had never even heard the term ambient. He had to work very hard to try to explain to Laaraji what this word ambient meant, which was wonderful because why? Because our minds play a game on us, and they try to compartmentalize everything. At least a big part of what Laaraji comes through him is not compartmentalized. It's part of that vastness. So to label it as ambient was like, what? Label it as New Age. What? Don't label it. Don't label yourself.
They label it just so they can categorize it as
Exactly.
a genre on a record store or on Spotify.
Exactly. And that what
Yeah, that's
that easy and effortless flow is one of the teachings in Course of Miracles.
Yeah.
In Course in Miracles, it's said that if what you are attempting to do doesn't feel easy and effortless, then it's not meant to manifest at that moment.
Yeah.
So don't knock your head against the wall.
I had a question for you.
Yeah.
That it said that, and for an artist, their work is never complete. So the best way to end it is to abandon it. You never complete art. You abandon it. You just have to decide when. Okay, I'm going to abandon it. So at what point do you abandon the NOUS project to say, okay, it's ready for an album?
When it's ready, like when the editing, mixing, when it's complete as a production, you mean? Right.
At
Do
what
you
point
feel
do
it?
you say, okay, this is ready?
In the studio, this is a studio process. And that's very much a phenomena that I've evolved with over the years and being very conscious of. What I find is that, first off, I know in most cases it's going to require a lot of time over a period of time. You know, in some cases it's 3 years on some of my projects, like studio work on it. And in the NOUS case, it was 2 months probably or something of editing, mixing. I first off just again approach it like it's a day job. Like I have an allocation of time every day. I show up and I do the work, and as long as it takes, as much nourishment or attention or mindfulness as it requires until I intuit that it's complete. I keep on giving it to it. And that's also something that's evolved with trust over the years, because I used to really slave over that in the 20s. And actually, I went through 5 years of total writer block where I wrote hundreds of songs that I never finished. We never finished recording. It was like a 4 or 5 year period of total self-doubt and confusion, but I grew so much in that period because I had to go through all this writing and doubt about being able to complete anything to get to the point where I understood that what you had to do is like trust the process and trust yourself, but trust. And I learned that mainly by realizing that when I had an idea of a sketch, if I'd record the idea, or if I was in the studio working on a song, the importance of taking a break and getting away for it for a period of time and then revisiting it. Because what happens with my case at that time, less so now because it's become so part of a process, but I found that whenever I'd be in the process, there was this voice in my mind that was always like, this is terrible, this sucks. You know, this really negative kind of critic. But then if I like put it away and sometimes discover these, I used to record everything on my little demo thing on a little tape recorder, and I really actually miss that, you know, a cassette tape. And I'd listen back to it like 6 months or a year later and be amazed at some of the stuff, totally not even remembering doing it, but like amazed that I did that, you know. But I knew that at the time there was like this critic, you know, in the mind, and I still have that sometimes now, but less so because I trust the process more. But also the critic, the critic of my mind is also my friend, because it pushes me through perseverance to get to the point where I feel that I can make an agreement with it and say, yeah, okay, that's good enough, you know, we can come to an appeasement at this point. But in the meantime, he's just bitching and moaning, you know, in my brain, like, you suck, this sucks. And even this project, I had a lot of, you know, I always have that. That's what makes me keep sculpting it, you know, until it gets to the point where it doesn't suck that bad. And
take out the extra suckiness.
No, but it's true. Like, I mean, it's sculpting. I know, like, right now I'm writing like you know, that's how I work. I work much slower. I mean, I do improvisational projects, but mainly what I do are these more long form compositions. And it is that sculpting until it becomes an enjoyable thing for me to listen to. That's the moment when I know it's close to completion. Like when I, and that's why the break is important, because when I come back to listen to it and I'm able to listen to it with enjoyment or appreciation, I know that it's become something, that it's ready, it's close to ready.
That's your refinement.
Some more than others, of course.
Yes, your refinement process.
And then it's a little bit slow. Like, I mean, Gabarine, I'm finishing the Cecilia album that I really, like I was telling you last night, I really love it. It's quite special, very, very beautiful. And that's taken a very long time to get to the end point. Even it's been completed for a really long time. There was a lot of listening, like really subtle cultivation towards the end, but with a lot of space. You know, like I would take a break and work on something else for a while, come back to it. And I find that no matter whether that's over a 6-month period, a 1-year period, or a 1-month period, 2 months, that giving it breaks, especially towards the end, gives me that capacity to start to settle into and then there's just a letting go, you know, saying that I can't devote any more of my life to this, you know, I've given it enough time.
And that's something you're telling to creative young artists.
I was also thinking that's something you think about your children in a way too,
right.
But anyways.
Yeah. To know when it's enough.
Yeah.
And not.
But then also I would say then there's a point that's very important at the end where I share it with friends. And that's also another transition into the trusted friends, like the people that I know that are musicians, engineers, to get their opinions. And oftentimes technical things, like, do you hear anything? What'd you think about it? That helps me also because I don't share it with anyone really until the very end, when I feel that it's ready to first show to people that I know really close, and maybe a little bit more and more and more, until then you give it out to the world. So it's a very slow process for me.
It's a very conscientious process.
Yeah, but the
way you operate is with a great deal of
and I feel
thought.
good about it at the end.
Yeah.
And that's how I come to feel good about it. Some people probably might feel good about it. Perhaps Laaraji feels good as soon as he's done. He just feels great about it. That's never been the case for me. But that's what, like you said, defines my process.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like you and Gareth, the minimalist, the maximalist.
Yeah.
You're owning your process at whatever stage you are. Owning your process, really owning it, and then falling in love with it.
Yeah.
And not beating yourself up because your process is different than someone else's. And also recognizing creative energy, like any energy, thrives and grows if you nurture it. So to experience yourself in creativity with everything. Creatively put toothpaste on your toothbrush in the morning.
Yeah.
Feel how, that looks really nice today.
Yeah.
And everything you do, when you're making your breakfast, do it in a creative way. Take time to appreciate what you're doing is creative. It does not have to be a Beethoven symphony to
That's
have
a
it.
wonderful way of talking about mindfulness. Like, and that's a way that I also have thought about mindfulness, very similar, where I was doing a long period of like loving kindness meditation, and I realized I was thinking about Ty's teachings about, or more his presence of intense mindfulness, that this extraordinary awareness of everything, but that there's a way in which you can pick up a cup, being like loving to the cup, like especially again seeing like the God in the Pepsi bottle, that everything is essentially this, field of shunyata unity, that like loving kindness towards the cup is a way of like radiating into, this internal space.
That's
but
taking
also,
care of your bliss.
and also it's pure mindfulness. Well, mindfulness is loving kindness.
Okay.
Yes, and
Right?
creativity.
And creativity is also loving kindness.
It is.
Can be, I guess.
It can be
Yeah.
very much.
Yeah.
And the more you practice creativity as loving kindness in the little things, that's what I'm saying, not to sound funny, but really seriously, toothpaste and making a meal. And if you have the privilege of having a yard that needs tending, to creatively weed your garden and enjoy it mindfully. Be mindful of your surroundings in a creative way. So what you're doing is you're nurturing and building creativity muscles in things that you don't think of as creative.
Yeah. That's actually a big realization I had about, 5 to 10 years ago. I used to get really anxious all the time because I was so diligent and organized and perseverant in my work, and I'm so focused on getting, this project done. I have to put in 10 hours a day. I have to do it, and I would get annoyed if I wasn't doing in the studio. There was a very dual way of looking at reality. I needed to be working on my music. If I had to shower or talk or eat or make food, that was all distraction. Someone came over, it's a distraction. But then I started to realize that making your food and taking your shower and of course doing meditation, sleeping is making the music. Like it is an ingredient, especially obviously food, but everything is. Taking a breath of air is an ingredient that is in the music. And it's like you said, creativity is a release of energy, but in order to release energy you have to aggregate energy, right?
Yes.
For it to be there. So like which is exactly what you're saying, that if you go through life realizing that drinking my water is composing my next piece, taking care of your son can be composing your next piece, It's a really fascinating kind of switch of all of a sudden kind of realizing the importance of the whole picture, not just your one obsessive thing.
Yeah, therefore, if you're mindful while drinking your water and you hold it when you pick up the book, then when you're on stage or in the studio, it's just a continuation of that energy.
Exactly.
Yeah, my new thinking
and
is...
it's a strengthening a muscle.
Strengthening your creativity.
Two muscles.
Muscles. But it's also thinking like fungi. My newest fascination
is...
all
our newest
Did you say fungi?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all of what we are observing and learning and relearning, reacquainting ourselves with the wonder and awe of the mycelium kingdom.
Yeah.
And I guess for our era, much of it came into light through the popular media when Avatar was released.
Oh,
and in that
I hadn't
film,
thought about that.
think of
Yeah, it
how
was really rich.
that all that interconnected root system and the fungi that were feeding it, and now this is like the buzzworld.
Yeah.
It's everywhere that we're reading books and hearing. So think like a fungi.
Yeah.
And
did you speak to John about this last night?
No.
Oh, yeah. He's doing a whole thing now about mycelium. He's defined
I didn't know
a new.
that.
He's going out. He said into the hundreds of what are they called? of the Fibonacci series of the harmonic steps, but it begins with a P, what the word is, but essentially each of the harmonic series, like if you have an octave and you have the second octave and the fifth,
Okay.
and then the next octave and then the third, the harmonic series. He's going in the Pythagorean out to like
Okay.
into the hundreds in order to develop a sound thing that he wants to grow mushrooms under. So he plays that sound because it's the Fibonacci series, and the mushrooms
Whoa.
grow
Whoa.
within the Fibonacci.
Whoa, in that
They
field.
grow in that field and
Yes.
that pattern of the Fibonacci series. So he wants to play, because he's growing mushrooms now, he wants to play that frequency up into the well beyond the capacity for human hearing. Well, like multiples.
No way.
And then he
Wow.
would be playing that frequency to help, like a grow light for the mushroom.
I didn't hear it.
Very
That
interesting.
I wish I had, and that's I guess my final tip in creativity. Think like a mushroom.
Yeah.
Be a fungi. Tap into your inner mycelium network.
You should make a bunch of T-shirts for this.
Maybe so. And a big little
Yeah, when you said,
mushroom
I'm
head.
wondering if we still want to use the word thinking in reference to
No, not really.
fungi, because
Be.
this is such
Beingness.
a non-verbal,
Yes.
yeah.
Presence yourselfhood within the mycelium network.
Yeah, it's
And
um,
what a wonderful, wow, John, go John.
so guys, I
You do
Thank
have
you.
to be mindful of your time.
yeah.
What can we do
So
to help
wonderful
you?
to have this opportunity to talk with you and ask you these questions. I had so many more. I wanted to talk about Sangha. That was the final thing, but that's okay. We
It-
had Sangha.
That's right. We were living Sangha.
Yeah, in Sangha, the circle celebration concept and the NOUS concept, the most probably all the time that you guys are performing, and of course in our tradition with Thai and how he talks about the future Buddha will be the Sangha, not an individual. That we're in a time now where Sangha is more important probably than ever, because the earth needs to become a Sangha, but we need more Sanghas in general. We need more people collaborating artistically in an open field with each other. We need more gatherings around fire
Yes.
pits,
Yes.
singing
Yes.
and drumming and remembering like how our ancestors dealt with their energy systems. So I have actually been doing a lot of reflection in the last year about Sangha. And in Buddhism there's the three jewels, very, very important concept. And I always, for years, I would read about the three jewels and I was like, yeah, the Buddha, obviously he's amazing. Everything he says is so, most wise being I've ever found in all my search of philosophy. And then the Dharma, well, that's his teachings. He's just pointing out the universal law. Sangha, yeah, other people know I'm a hermit. I don't need them.
And realizing how that's as critical.
Yeah, because
not-
we need help. We're not alone. Right?
And that's
You gotta
humility.
and we got to help each other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not competitive. Thai does a whole host of teachings on the undermining aspect of a competitive spirit,
Yeah.
and how that's different than perseverance, and having a goal is very different than what we think of in the West as competitive being, you're great out there,
Yeah.
and having your ego boost. You fascinate me because you came from the competitive sports.
I know. Well, yeah, I grew up with that
Yeah.
mindset. Yeah. And I took it into music. And I've had to slowly wet down that stone, smooth it out. That
Or
sharp
shift
edge.
it, shift it, because it serves you.
Well, also, it was very clear to me because I struggled a lot with depression, and a lot of that had to do with that mindset.
Yeah.
Because if you're always like trying to just attain some great grandiose
You're never going to be
accomplishment
good
of
enough.
what is essentially ego,
Right.
you'll never be happy.
No.
Like you'll never find happy. You'll find moments of like accomplishment and greatness and grandness of happiness, or a kind of bliss, but it'll only last for a little while until you need the next hit. You know what I mean?
That's seeing yourself as not good enough.
Yeah.
And that reminds me, and this requires a whole conversation. There is a Sangha community, not in Thai's tradition, called Good Enough Community, based originally out of Seattle, Washington. Remarkable community, over 50 years now in existence, and they annually do an event on this magnificent acreage in Tahoyah, Washington, on the Tahoyah River, and it's the second week of August. It's called Human Relations Laboratory.
Mm-hmm.
It's about allowing people to learn how to be held.
Yeah.
And I've been able to attend too, but it's something I need you to know about, the Good Enough community and their
You
human
have to tell me
relations.
about I just want to say thank you for being the Sangha that we were just talking about, for everyone within the NOUS project, and especially for me. I've learned a lot from you guys, and it was a great joy of my life to make a record with you, and also to sit here and talk about these such deep and important concepts about living. So thank you.
Right back.
Oh.